Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville and welcome back to Khazad Dum. We are going to do some more dwarves here because we got to start doing the videos for these guys. This is one of the old Medberry dwarves that we did. I think this is one of the first batches of dwarves that we did right here. We've got there. So let's see, can we see he's yeah, it's kind of off to the left. Yeah, he's kind of off to the left where the logo thing is there. Hey there, Armored Wolf. Yeah, it was just one of those days where absolutely everything was like, wow, that should take 2 minutes, and it took 2 hours, right? Landrast, how you doing there? All right, so now these bases, actually, I have no idea which figures these are. Some of them are Diwali. I think some of them are Kurzlook. The bases may or may not be from Printing Goes Everywhere. I don't know, what would you say, Landrast? That I wonder, these bases might be from Printing Goes Everywhere. I wouldn't be surprised. But again, there's kind of a conglomeration of a few different. I wouldn't be surprised if this was Diwali right here, and that maybe this was more like Kurzlook or something else. Armored Wolf, it's totally unusable. Like the version before was new. That the what was it called? Basic, right? Armored Wolf. That wasn't around that long. I only used it for maybe a month and a half, not even. And then they went to this thing, which really literally makes it unusable. But I'm still stuck with it, right? Because of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of other build plates. So yeah, I don't know why they, and that was not old, right, Armored Wolf? That was not old whatsoever. So what we are going to do, we're gonna start out with our off-camera source lighting here, like always. Off-camera for our Moria Dwarves, and let's just start this off the easy way. Maybe something like this here, something like this here. Using the Pyrrol Orange, breaking out the big guns for this here. I mean, again, I don't know how long that was around. And what's weird, Armored Wolf, is that on my one machine, I think I can still use like the really old version, like pre-Chidu Box Basic. I think I can still use that. No idea why this machine would not let me use the same stupid thing. No clue whatsoever. It just makes no sense at all what's going on with this thing. It's almost as if they want you to just not use it anymore. That's pretty much the only explanation I can have for what they did with this thing. It's like, yeah, we don't want anybody to ever use this again, so let's make it unusable. Stop there. Yeah, let's stop there with that. So yeah, Armored Wolf, I'm gonna have to actually go back to my old machine because basically well, no pun intended, it wiped out basic, right, Armored Wolf? Because I just want to go back to that, but when I tried to bring it up, it just I couldn't use it. I had no choice but to go to this version. Hey there, Michael, how you doing? So yeah, I couldn't use. It won't let me use basic anymore. I guess I'll just have to maybe go back to the. Well, actually, the first one, that one stopped working on this machine. That's why I went to the 64 or the basic or whatever the heck it was called. Nice to see you there, Michael. So, Michael, maybe wait a bit before you share stuffs in the chat. Still good. Let's get a few more people in there before you share some stuff. There's going to be a little bit of a different color scheme than last night with all of the blues and violet. Actually, oh, speaking of which, the using the genuine cobalts and the genuine like Andanthren blue and stuff, that really, I gotta say, I mean, I say it all the time, right? There's a difference between, say, your alkyds or even just your lesser priced oils versus the big boys. There's a difference. Now, there's a reason. Oh, and also, too, the latest Wapelia Spellbrush figures have been printed. I might try to actually paint one of those tomorrow. It depends, because the thing I was originally going to paint tomorrow, um, it's that Galadrim Chariot. and there's the stupid reins. And I have been trying to print out the reins for, I don't know, a month. And I thought I was printing out both of them. It turns out I just printed like the one set of reins like 4 times because it's not in the supported stuff. The only place you can find it is in the unsupported folder. Thank goodness I also downloaded that because, yeah, otherwise that part does not exist, which is why I've been printing out the same one over and over, thinking that, well, okay, this must be the other one. Nope, it wasn't. So that's the kind of stuff. Reason why, again, we are about an hour later here than I wanted to be. So my apologies for that. Now again, this is a Puro Orange, and this is the real deal here. Now we are still using the Paul Rubens Floral Orange though. That we're using because, well, alkyds. And these bad boys got to dry reasonably quick so that I can use them for those vids. Now we might even, if I can print up some more of these, we might actually do some more because I thought I had a bunch more of these guys painted. Well, I knew when I had, Moria goblins and these guys all in the same box, I'm like, we don't have that many dwarves. We don't even have as many Moria goblins as I thought. Although I think there's a whole other box of gobblers. That's what it is. Yeah, I think there's another box of gobblers somewhere else, which now I don't know where it is because things have been moved around a lot, right, Camda? Everybody, please give Camda Paints a follow. Also, Painterly Git. So Git, I hope everything is going well. And Git, yeah, I don't. If you just heard, I have 2 more Wapelia Spellbrush figures printed out. I mean, they're kind of sort of the same, but they do at least include CAD. And what I'm going to maybe try to do somehow, maybe tonight, well, early this morning after the stream, try to record that video on Eldritch Foundry where we take basically some images of folks and we try to make a bust that looks as much like them as possible using the Eldritch Foundry controls. Let me see. We got 9 of them, Camda. I thought we had 10, but we only have 9, which means we should be able to do it in 35 minutes, right, Camda? Okay, 37. 37 tops, right? So Camda, wasn't sure if you meant the differences on the Wapelia Spellbrush figures or the difference in the Puro Orange. So we did more Spacescapes last night. Now I was calling them Sandscapes because they have landscapes kind of embedded in them. And then, what crater thingies? That's what these are, right, Camda? Again, that Carl Sagan originally was going to use that term, but it didn't focus group well, so he changed it to billions and billions. And then here's our other one, and then here's yet another one with, again, stars doing their reflecting things and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, we've got the Paul Rubens Floral Orange, and we've got the Puro Orange. Well, Puro Orange is Series 7. That's one of the differences. Versus Paul Rubens, like Series .06, right, Camda? Actually, Camda, that's something we should fool around with on the labels. That's something I should fool around with on the labels, Camda, and like literally have it be like Series 1.5, or no, Series 1/2 or something like that. People are like, what the heck is that? I think that's too much fun to pass up, right, Camda? Or would they be Series minus? That would be the Wampa Oils Series minus .5. Of course, yeah, well, actually, Camda, if you want to share stuffs now, same thing there. If you want to share stuff, send the chat. We got some eyeballs is watching. Now that's funny, Arda Michael. I thought that was another autocorrect monster deviation there, but no, that's probably Tyranids. I thought what you were trying to say is you were building buildings, and that it changed it to bugs, but I'm pretty sure that actually was supposed to be bugs. Everybody check out the Insta link that Camda just shared. Everybody please give Camda Paints a follow. And again, Michael, I think you had a chance to share stuff, right? If not, Michael, my apologies, and please go ahead and do that. I think you did, though. Again, the brain, yeah, well, there is no brain power left. Oh, Git, is there a council thing this weekend? I just realized that there might be a council thing this weekend. Says, thanks, Git. I don't know if you typed that just as I was asking, or if you typed it and then I asked, but I didn't see that. Seriously, I did not see that, and then I'm like, oh, well, okay, there's your answer. So great to see you there, Sector X. So yeah, I think what I'll do tonight is try to film me trying to see just how close I can get it. It's ostensibly it's about using the facial controls and stuff in Eldritch Foundry, but what I want it to also be is maybe it's almost like painting a portrait. Now again, what we're doing is this. That's what we're after here. Okay, so I'm not was he just at Adepticon with the Armored Wolf? That's not the guy that has like the ammo crates or something like that, and the paints kind of look almost a little bit like 50 cal rounds or something. I'm probably all dead wrong on that. So everybody check out the Insta link there that Arda Michael just shared. Camda, I think you shared. Yeah, everybody check out the Insta link that Camda Paints just shared. Everybody please give Camda Paints a follow because Camda does the streaming stuff now. Camda streams the oils. So do the stuff. As in, do the follows, do those things. Oh, we also have Piro. No, sorry, we have Piro Orange. We also have Perline Crimson out here, Camda. So it's almost like the Doomsday palette for Khazad Dum. Well, they did dig too greedily and they dug too deep, and they found they dug for the Puro Orange and for the Perline Crimson, and they found a Balrog, right? Oh, they did because what do you think we used on our Balrog? Let's see. Also, so some Bear Cavalry. Now, I don't know if you can paint that on Twitch. I think, don't they have rules about no clothes or something like that? I'm pretty sure that's not something you can paint on Twitch, but I guess if you're painting it on OnlyFans or something like that. Hey, Meat Spawn, how you doing? So Meat Spawn don't really do the pre-glaze on whatchamacallit, Twitch stuff anymore. These also just it would not be advantageous to do the pre-glaze at all on these. It all first started with the Tomb Kings. Blame the Tomb Kings for everything, right, Landrast? So it started with here where pre-glaze was impossible. There was a less than 0%. In fact, there was like a negative 300% chance to do pre-glaze on here, and then we realized that it could be handy for lots of other things. So yeah, like even this, there was no point to doing pre-glaze on something like that. So now it's just a situational thing there, Meat Spawn. So unfortunately, yeah, unfortunately, Paint Really Get that's not ringing any bells. But this bell hasn't rung in a while, Git. So yeah, that's not their fault. It didn't ring any bells. Yeah, let's keep going. Let's keep going with this lighter orange. Then we're gonna do our lighter dry brush with the other stuff. Actually, meat spawn. I don't know if you saw the Zygomores, the crazy mushroom people. We did pre-glaze on those because they definitely were well suited towards it with all the crazy colors and all that. So yeah, check out the Zygomores, and that's actually meat spawn. Now, are you subscribed to this channel here? Because remember, Twitch doesn't let us do highlights anymore, so everything is moving here. This is another YouTube channel. There's no ads on there, but what is on there are playlists. So if you want to see the Zygomores, just go to the Archvillain playlist, and that should show you. There's not a Mushroom People playlist, but there is a playlist for Archvillain stuff. So yeah, meat spawn now on our. Oh, here we go. So here on our ships, this tends to be just like either a dark bluish primer or a dark turquoise. Actually, we've kind of been doing both. Dark blue on the ship, dark turquoise on the bases there. Now this one here, this was another, it was kind of a dark blue primer on that. Where are we at? Here we are. Yeah, Camda, it is a situational thing because there are times where it actually is better to do the pre-glaze than to do this kind of method. Pretty much meat spawn, I think for anything object source lighting, this tends to be the easier, well, faster way also. The other thing we noticed meat spawn, and I think there was about, well, technically like 4 of us that tested this. 3 of us really tested it. I mean, like, tested it like crazy. Massive increase in speed. That's another reason why. Is it just is way, way, way faster. Also, too, the other thing meat spawn is I was getting a lot of people, and by a lot of people I mean way too many, to answer, asking me what's a staining color. By the 7,000th time I was asked that, I said maybe we just got to get rid of staining colors, and then they don't exist anymore, and I don't have to. Yeah, see, Camda, because you're not fighting those, and of course, Camda again. It's been a while since I've been asked what staining colors were. So that is another reason why. Thanks, Git. Appreciate that. Yeah, sorry, Git. It's names and all that kind of stuff. Just not really. Okay, yeah, okay, yeah. Now definitely remember. Yeah, I just saw the image there for sure, but I wouldn't remember. Yeah, any of those names. Definitely did not ring a bell. So thanks for the image there. Appreciate that, Gid. Sector X staining. Well, one of the primary staining colors is the blood of the people that ask what staining colors are. It does a great job. Look at this. It does a fantastic job. Well, it's like replica nature, right? Armored Wolf, nothing replicates nature better than nature. So if you have the blood of your enemies and you use that for blood effects, it's going to look mighty realistic, wouldn't you say? Now, this is the latest Patreon video. This did go up. Oh, look at that. That's the dirty down stuff. And then see over those guys, those are the ones where it's the resin that was flash cured with the 405 light. We'll see you later there, Git. So let's see. In the blue range, now in Dancer Blue, if it's the snazzier in Dancer Blue, that has a little bit of staining power, but generally with blues, it's going to be indigo, it's going to be Prussian blue, and phthalo blue. That's right. Almost forgot phthalo blue in there. When it comes to greens, phthalo green, perline black-ish, that's one of those you want to leave on there a little bit longer. If you want it to actually be a kind of a staining color, the Williamsburg or Gamblin, uh, Van Dyke Brown, not Windsor Newton, not at all. Never going to be a staining color. Let me see. Where's one of these smaller guys here? Where are they hiding? They have all Van Moosel. There's one. I'm all good with that, Sectorix, because, well, at like $30 per jar, that's a good punishment, wouldn't you say, Sectorix? Well, actually, no, that might have been 10 years ago. I think now it's $75 a jar. It's not a door, it's a jar. Let me maybe move to this instance. We're going to go this way, we're going to go this way. Come on, there we go. Is that a drinking game there, Sectorix? Every time somebody asks what a staining color is, we get some medicine? Or everybody in the stream gets medicine? Now, of course, the delivery system of the medicine doesn't necessarily have to always mean the same thing. There are less pleasant ways to get medicine. Yeah, going to continue again. So you can already see there's already kind of a contrast difference. I mean, look, even at this very early stage, let's do a gratuitous film noir. Yeah, it's gray. There is no oh, wait a second. Look at that. That's different, right, Camden? Yeah, I think you don't need a glass of water with that medicine, right, Sectorix? Well, maybe you do afterwards. I don't know. Let's get some more of this kind of, again, it's almost, at this point, it's almost a violet gray. I mean, that's pretty wild to see, right, Camden? Here, let that do it again. I mean, this is, the classic contrast is more than just light versus dark. I mean, this is, that's classic, right, Camden? Let me see, Camden. I was just thinking that what kind of anime? Well, yeah, we could have the animation there where it's like the Hollywood Walk of Fame or something, right, Camden? Let me continue with this. You know what? Let me a little more of the Williamsburg Payne's Grace. So yeah, we have kind of a combo platter here. Some colors that are, shall we say, inexpensive, and other colors that are, shall we say, super pricey. It's a little. It's a little of each. It's a little of each. Again, everything is situational. There is no such thing as, oh, you know what, every single time we're going to use this all the time. Just don't work that way. More of this up here. More of this over here and some over here. So I'm pretty sure there's 9. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so we got 9 of these guys here. Just going back to this again. This was 9 guys, and that was what, 10.5 hours? Spoiler alert, this is not going to be a 10.5 hour stream. But we're gonna knock out these 9 guys. Yes, we are, and they're gonna basically go along with these guys. Either that, Camden, or it's just like a It's like a battlefield with a whole bunch of, shall we say, injured soldiers on it. So those are all oils. Actually, there was no alkyds on those, Cam, and I'm sure, yeah, I can tell. On so like this one here, I'm sure this was one of my homemade. I almost said pre-glaze. One of my homemade floral colors on that. Yeah, these are. Oh man, I'm pretty sure these are Kurzlik right here. These bigger guys. I don't think their printing goes ever on. And I could be completely wrong, but these bases, Landress, for some reason, I just keep thinking that these bases are from Printing Goes Ever On. I don't know why. Well, because generally, like Diwali doesn't do bases, Kurzlook doesn't usually do bases. PGEO does sometimes toss in some bases. Yeah, Cam. I mean, all in all seriousness, Cam. Once we came across the Alkyd fluoros, it kind of changed things, didn't it? I mean, it really, in all seriousness, it very much changed the metric there. That is no fib. That is no lie. Is this gonna work the way I want it to? I guess so. Maybe. Yeah, I would rather have a Filbertine brush here somewheres. I got one. I got one. Yeah, let's ditch this guy here. Let's grab us this here Filbert brush. Come on. Here we go. Whoops. Wasn't supposed to get any green into that. Whatevers. Don't care. Not gonna fret it. Which way are we going with these? Let me see. So we're 27 minutes in, and pretty much by the end of 35-ish minutes or so, we should have our source lighting and basically our ambient lighting, at least as far as kind of the general colorization goes, pretty far along. That's how we roll here. No fooling around here. We get stuff going right quick. More of that here. I mean, this is the very definition of don't blink, right, Landrast? Hey there, Blades. How you doing? Everybody, please give Blades 81 a follow. So, Blades, I just thought to ask Git, is there going to be a council? And just as I was asking Git if there was a council this weekend, he said, yes, there is. So that should be interesting. And yeah, Blades, we came up, we reintroduced a highly scientific term, crater thingies. Yeah, again, that was originally something that Carl Sagan focus group that didn't go so well back in the 70s and 80s, so he ended up using billions and billions as his tagline, but crater thingies will be our tagline. Landrest, are you working? Oh gosh, I was gonna say on the Smurfs again, doing the gold non-metallic on them. Oh, hey Blades, why don't you share that miniature in the chat? I think you just posted. I think was it to Insta or Facebook or both today? Yeah, Blades, why don't you share that too? So Landrast, I hope that the rest of the golds are working out. I mean, it was working out pretty darn good. And, adding, like what we were talking about, I think that's going to make a big difference. That should make a big old difference. So, again, everybody please give Blades81 a follow. Give Camda Paints a follow. Now, Camda, did you already stream today, or were you going to be streaming later on? Everybody check out the Instagram link that Blades81 just shared. Give Blades81 a follow. Do those things. More. Yeah, fine. A little bit there. Now, look at that. You can see there's some orange on that brush right there. Oh, there was fromage had today, Blades. Not a ton. I had some minestrone soup, and we did add fromage to the minestrone soup. We did that. Let me get a little more of this going here. Because a day without fromage is not really a day, right, Blades? One last guy to hit with this lighter stuff. Then we'll do the kind of the final lighter stuff on our fiery stuff, and then start doing some glazy stuff like you do.
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my gun.
Thank you so much, amino acid. Appreciate that. Of course, you need those amino acids, right, to have the primordial life. Thank you so much, amino. Appreciate that. Like, so yeah, you do realize the reason why I've got that orange lighter on. He's like, dude, I don't know, maybe somebody's got one of those LED lights. I'm actually thinking it's kind of a bow rug. He's like, nah, that could never happen. It's like, exactly how long have you been digging for mithril here? This is not going to end well. What's going to happen on the big Gandalf 6 for amino acid? Well, that was much better than our last Gandalf 6 roll, which was that. So that is a much better roll for amino acid. Thank you so much for the follow. Well, Camda. Actually, Camda, what's interesting? Let me just do this here real quick. Let me test something. Okay, because I was gonna say if these things were dry or something like that, because we're talking Endancerin blue, Diox violet, cobalt blue, ultramarine blue. No, well, very little alkyds on here. Again, they're not exactly dry, but they're not exactly soaking wet either. Camden, that actually sounds like it would be a hilarious. That would make for a hilarious graphic there, Camden. Now, where did that? I just had that baby in my hands. Where did that head off to? So it's one of my little tiny filbert brushes. Actually, let me just get this stuff out of here because we have a whole bunch of the fluoros of a alkyd nature in there. So let's get some of that stuff out of there first. Get this paper towel going here. No, I didn't recognize it because it was had all that paint in there. All right, we're doing this. Now again, I'm hoping that tomorrow I can do that chariot. Oh, and meat spawn, well, that would be another perfect candidate for the whole darker primer doing this lighter dry brush stuff. That would be an ideal candidate for it, for sure. I don't know if that is quite dry enough. And we're just doing a little something there. That's borderline too much. But again, our darker glaze stuff is going to knock that down. So you can see we've established our ambient light source, and now we're really establishing our off-camera light source. Next up is going to be some Perline Crimson glazy things. Then Not Prussian blue. Probably Mars black slash Payne's gray. Yeah, that'll be next. Something like that. More of that here. Little more there. Meat spawn. I don't know if you saw. Did you see all the Jin and the Ifrits? Yeah. Oh, and then well, I don't know if you saw the Patreon series. Well, on those and also that giant Rakashar figure there. We just call him Rocky. So yeah, we've done a whole bunch of conquest figures, especially again all the Ifrits with the object source lighting on them. Same thing with Rocky, whole bunch of object source lighting on him. And we didn't even have the fluoros for that guy. Cause oh yeah, we were testing out the water washable oils, which again, whatevs. We will be using those on other stuff because well, they were too expensive to not keep using. So we'll keep using them, and we'll use them just straight. We won't be mixing them with the regular oils, because again, otherwise there is no purpose to them. So yeah, cammed again. It was 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, there was 9 of them. That was 9 of them there. And then that terrain piece we also painted up on stream as well. The figures are from Medbury Miniatures on that image there. The terrain is from RM Printable. Oh, speaking of which, Blades, have you heard back from RM Printable yet? I can try and shoot a message that way too, Blades, just to see what's going on there. Because I know you were saying that you just haven't necessarily heard. Sector, it's kind of like me not hearing from Galeri. Yeah, I don't hear from Galeri anymore. I mean, it's kind of fine because Camda. I don't know if you notice the theme there, but all these folks, what they really want is just some stupid 10, not even like 5 second TikTok video that is all speed ramped. It says our brushes are the greatest. Pay no attention that they wear out in 2 seconds, which is why this video is only 1.5 seconds long. So yeah, I think we'll just have to do it. No more of that stuff anymore, because they don't quite get it. Thanks, Meat Spawn. So yeah, Meat Spawn, definitely check out the again the conquest stuff. That you'll find that on I think probably both of the YouTube channels. And again, we did all the object source lighting on the Ifrits. I was just actually priming a couple of more conquest figures. I was trying to assemble some of the new. I don't even know what the faction is, but I think it's a Japanese faction or something like that. That was not. Oof, that was not going too well. Nice to see you there, Recoil. So hello to you, hello to Mum, hello to Squeak, hello to everybody there. So we got 9 of these here, Recoil. Yep, we're doing 9 of them in one stream because that's just how we roll here. Now look at this. Look at that fabulous Perline Crimson. A little bit of the Windsor Red maybe. I'm tempted. Okay, fine. I'm gonna do that then. Instead of fooling around like that, we'll just do this. This is because again, this is everybody's favorite part of the stream where we just mix paint. Yeah, this is captivating, mesmerizing. In fact, Some people have said you should just do 10 hours of this, nothing else, just 10 hours of this. People will be riveted to the screen. I don't know, something tells me, Camden, that there are channels where all this happens. This is all that happens, and they probably have like 100 people watching. So great to see you there, Recoil. These days, nothing surprises me. Alright, let's just see what we got here. And away we go. Minus that, whatever that was. So again, we are doing post glaze, I think. Wasn't that what we started calling this? I think we called it post glaze or something. That's yeah, it was another weird sleeping kind of a thing last night for sure. But again, thanks for being here, Recoil. Appreciate that, of course. Wait. There we go. I like that one there, Artemichael. That's got to be. We have to somehow turn that into a meme, right, Artemichael? Which is interesting. I say that because, okay, if I am painting a Wapelia Spellbrush fig on the Saturday stream, well, one of the characters is CAD, and of course, as we know, we are legally, contractually obligated to paint CAD in cadmium red. Now, we have other cadmium reds. technically, technically, I have an Alkyd cadmium red. That would be cheating, but there's I think there's a cadmium orange or something. No, maybe it's, I don't know. But we do have, and of course, there's the, oh, it was one of the gambling colors, which of course I can't find, which is not so helpful. Nice to see you there, Russian Blue, and hey, Michelle, how you doing? So, well, it's still a happy Friday here. For 16 more minutes, it is a happy Friday. And it would be that same kind of golf voice, right, Artemichael? Yeah, it would be like a golf narration almost. A little more than, fine, okay, a little something up there. So great to see you there. And of course, Russian Blue, if you want to share anything in the chat. Actually, Russian Blue, have you been able to do some streams lately? Hopefully, you've been able to paint some fun stuff as well. But yes, again, if we have the, so I'm saving one. There's two of them. I'm saving the one for a painting video, the one with all the little books and everything on the base. I think I printed these up 54 mil again, or somewhere in that territory. That's fantastic, Michelle. Now, I don't know if bribery was involved or NyQuil, but either way, whatever method it takes is what it takes, right? And no, we don't need more there. Nothing that says you can't take that pacifier or whatever and accidentally it just happens to fall in some NyQuil. Gee, what an accident. Let me get some more of this up here. And there's a reason why the Perling Crimson sometimes gets used for our blood effects, because it's talk about a blood red color. More of that here. Also over here. Down there. Yeah, actually, that was another Kickstarter that we were gonna do, Michaud. There was, of course, the NyQuil grenade, which is again, that's something. If you have a whole group of kids or whatever, it's impossible to get them with the usual NyQuil mace because they're moving too fast and they get out of range too quickly. But you pull the pin on the NyQuil grenade, you chuck it into the room there, and drops everybody within like a 12-foot radius. That should quiet down the rioting, whatever the kids are doing. Let me get some more of this red in here. More of that over here. And over there. And we're still doing that little bit of, like here, we intentionally were kind of dragging that along so that there was some mixing that happened. Because, you know, reasons. Blammo. There we go. So again, it is 46 minutes in. We got 9 of these bad boys, and now not only do we have the lighting established, but now we're starting to get into kind of the colorization of some of the shadows as well. That's how we roll here. We roll quick. No fooling around. Fine, we'll throw a little bit up there. Yeah, this is almost going to double the amount of dwarves that we have, which all of a sudden, actually, this does go just by virtue of doing these. With dwarf armies, depending on your point, overall point total, 22, 23 dwarves or something like that. That's pretty much a dwarf army. Could be about a 500-600 point army, depending on what you have in there. If you chuck Gimli in there too, all of a sudden now that's basically about a 500 point, 600 point army. And Camda, guess what we're doing next, right? We're doing the essentially going to be kind of like a Payne's Gray / Mars Black glaze thing on the upper section, which is essentially, it's just the reverse of what we're doing down here as far as color goes, but the concept or the whatever execution is exactly the same. Literally the same thing. Just a different color is all. So blades, I'm guessing it's going to be all about another new acrylic paint color or another new acrylic paint line or something like that we'll be talking about, I think, on the next Council of Miniature Painters there. It's kind of like the Ossiarchs Camden. Now that was a long time, and that's still pre-glaze. That is still pre-glaze, of course. But I don't know if you've seen the Ossiarch painting series. We also did paint a whole bunch of Ossiarch stuff on the stream too. But there were people that would say, like, you had me at pre-glazed. Well, geez, then you had me at the dry brush. Oop, did I? I didn't get that. Now we did. That's for sure, Camda. Now what? Oh, that's right. Our Army of the Dead also involved the fluoros. Also involved the source lighting. We did created basically a super dark turquoise primer color for it. That worked out very well. More of that here. What we got here was more than we wanted there. So recoil, have you been able to get more of your animated logos on that the hologram? I'm just gonna call it the holo fan. Actually, what I got for Adepticon, I hope this works. I think it's supposed to be like a 10-inch wide, and these have actually been around for a while. It's just this has a much larger capacity than the one we had. Basically, something that cycles through pictures. And I just thought, well, that's a way that I could have a whole bunch of pictures of the miniatures that I can't have at Adepticon, which would be like 99% of them. All right, you can see that's already starting to set a little bit. Oh, here, let's get another one of these guys going. Ah, look, you can tell we use this for our Necrons. Look at that, that's green, whatchamacallit stuff there. Interference green. Get this red out of there. Yeah, that is our Mars. More of that. And then Payne's Gray, and once again, the thrilling saga of paint mixing. I mean, why stop at 24 hours of paint mixing, right, Artemichael? And we could do like a 6-day non-stop stream of just doing this? Now, some people might get a little suspicious if we're doing the same mix of this for, 6 days and the color never changes. They might start to suspect that maybe it's on a loop or something, especially since there's no chat and nobody's answering questions. I still think it's the stuff of legends, though. I think it should there'll probably be like 5,000 people watching by the end of it. Because they want to know what happens, right? What does that get used for? Wrong way. Let's go this way. That's fit. Now, I don't think you have any way. Well, let's see. I don't know if you've got a way to share that uh, recoil. Probably not, but I mean, if you wanted to, that'd be super cool. Now, here again, what are we doing? We're doing the same sort of darker glazy stuff, right? Like what we did with the list. Now, let me use it, but look at that. So we're actually mixing that in with that lighter glazy stuff that's already there. Yeah, Camda, I think maybe through just if I just have a whole bunch of series like video clips or something like that, we can manufacture an artificial or an artificial Wapelius. There we go. A Wapelius AI that just answers questions 24 hours a day. Nice to see you there, Valfira. Hopefully today wasn't too bad. I think I might have sent you. I don't know if I sent you the pictures of the paintings. If I forgot, my apologies. I can do that for you tomorrow. So again, great to see you there, Valfira. Oh my goodness, Valfira. You know what I keep forgetting is to do a little look-see at the schedule. There's the potential for some interesting games there, Valfira. Yes, the Wapple Stream Deck, right, Arda Michael? Let me see. Well, there are some technically there are some rivalry games there, and I think people haven't quite learned that if it's a rivalry game, sometimes you got to throw those rankings out the window, right, Velfira? Nah, sorry about that, Velfira. Recoil, it was there was one of them actually where that you kind of looked to, the way you would like it to be, and then there was another one where it was almost like somebody had done the little cardboard cutouts and stuck them on something, and was like that was the fan because like you're saying that the image was just kind of frozen in place, right? Now, of course, the night game tomorrow, I guess the big night game is going to be Illinois and Indiana. Texas versus Sam Houston. I'm going to say, Velfair, that's probably not going to be the most intriguing game of Saturday. Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb there, Velfira. This is that's some very brave stuff. So sorry, Velfira, that is still being kind of a major hassle there. Now we're doing this. We'll just something maybe a smaller one like this. And you can see, look at this. We're actively blending those together there. And again, the whole point of this, same thing like we were doing with our Perline Crimson. Where'd that little teensy brush go? Right here. And well, oh, look at this. We're almost 1 hour in. We're almost an hour in. Throw a little more in here. Geez, Armored Wolf, it's been a while since we've seen Renlor in the streams there. Hopefully things are going okay there. And Malver Dark there. Little bit there, let it soak in. More dark along here. Also there. I'm not really sure again if these are Kurzlik dwarves here. I'm almost positive they're not Midbury dwarves. I don't think these are Diwali. Well, some of them might be. The smaller ones, I think, are Diwali. But I think these larger ones, I have a strong suspicion. I don't think that these. Now, it could be some of these newer guys. Actually, you know what? They might actually be from Papal 3D. It's possible. And by some of the, I mean, guys like this guy here might actually be from Papal 3D. Well, they were looking for Mithril there, Velfira, that's for sure. Yeah. Yeah, so I didn't get a chance to do any of the spraying of that backdrop or any of those things, so that's why I didn't send you any pictures of that, because never got a chance to do that today. One last go round here again with the darker. Just have a combo of the Mars Black and the indigo. Now, since we've got glazy stuff sitting around all over the place, I am going to try and do stuff on the bases, I think. So Valfera, there's nothing unfortunately to harvest in Valfera. I have a suspicion that the tomato, the giant bonanza of tomatoes we were expecting, is just not going to materialize. Now it depends. If it stays like this, well, then the tomatoes might actually start cranking out a whole bunch of stuff. But if we get into October there, Valfera, and all of a sudden things get cooler, well, that might be sayonara for the tomatoes. Again, it was all an experiment. The peppers, no doubt, definitely going to get peppers. That will happen. Because those, I mean, again, I've had those last till November. Tomatoes, definitely not. On to these. Here we got a couple more. So again, I'm fairly certain these bases are from Printing Goes Ever On. So Valfira, it's a very tall stalk. There's no flowers on it yet. Not that I'll check tomorrow, but not that I could see any flowers on it. Actually, I'm gonna have to chop some of it off there, Valfira, because well, the top of it is hitting the ceiling. So yeah, we're gonna have to chop that thing down. All right, there we go. I mean, even like that Miami versus Florida game, that's not nothing. Now, especially depending on where it is. If it's played in Miami, well, then I would say that Miami most likely going to win that. But if that's actually going to be played in the swamp there. That's a whole different deal. Now let's take this guy here. Let's try here. Let me use this. And here is some warmer gray, a little Van Dyke brown, a little bit of our violet there. Not quite enough or light enough there. Let me try something like that, or maybe even a little more of this. So yeah, I'll try to get some pictures of that for you tomorrow, Valfira. There we are. Also here. And there. A little bit around his feet. Not that much. Oh, look, we have a blending brush. Just gonna push that all around, and good enough. Now again, that fierce rivalry of Southeast Louisiana versus LSU. That's probably not going to be one of your highlight games tomorrow. I'm just gonna again. That's a bold prediction I'm gonna make right there, much like the Sam Houston game. I mean, that pretty much sounds like a restaurant chain. I mean, I do realize the importance of Sam Houston in Texas lore, but when it comes to your collegiate matchup there, that does sound a bit more like an SEC school playing a local restaurant. Even put some of that on the shield there. Recoil, that is such a fierce rivalry, right? I mean, think of how long that rivalry has been going, Recoil. I mean, realignment happened like 8 months ago. That is a fierce and bitter long-time rivalry. And yes, we are still printing out more of our football players so that we can do some of those football teams. How's about everybody say hello to the Dork Depot? How you doing there, Dork? Thanks for the raid. Everybody please give Dork Depot a follow. Of course, Depot, if you wanted to share stuff in the chat, please feel like you can do that.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
Hey there, Grey Gobbo. How you doing? Speaking of Gobbos, there's like a whole lot of them. What exactly did you do? He's like, I don't know, man. We were just digging for stuff. He's like, let me guess, you were digging for Mithro. He's like, oh, how'd you guess? I'm just not dealing with the smartest people here. Thank you so much, Grey Gobbo. Appreciate that. What's going to happen on our big Gandalf 6 here? Ooh, that's a decent roll of a 4 for Grey Gobbo. So how you doing there, Dork Depot? We are painting
Hello,
9 of
little
these
hobbits.
guys.
Spark my gun.
Uh, and we're going to do them all on this one stream. You shall not... wait a minute. I think I just stepped into the wrong scene here. There's supposed to be like a dude... Supposed to be like a dude on a fell beast or something. It's like... It's not really safe to be flying around in here. It's like... Yeah, I kind of guessed that. Well, he went into the wrong scene right there. What's going to happen on this Gandalf 6 for the first Gavinator? Again, another decent roll right there. Well, Dork Depot, again, if you want to share anything, please go ahead. Now, again, we've got here, you can just see some of them there. There's some of them, and we were just starting to get there. We're doing some lighter stuff on the bases, and we are matching some previous doors. Here's a batch of, well, guess what, 9 of them that we painted a while back on stream, and that is what we are matching. So we don't have the same doors. We're trying to match those guys right there. That's what we're doing. Now, last night on stream, it was just a tiny bit different. Here, let's zoom out so we can actually see these a little bit easier. There you go. So we did not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 spacescapes on stream. So every Thursday for 7 weeks now, we have been painting multiple, we call them the multiscapes. We've been painting multiple spacescapes on stream. And then, of course, here's the last few streams too. Last Friday and Saturday, we painted these guys. So this was our Friday stream. That was the Saturday stream right there. And, of course, on Monday, we did this right here. Part of our series of Battlestar Galactica ships. That is the Cobalt class assault ship right there. So had a lot of fun with that on the Monday stream. Let me get back to this guy right here. Yeah, it kind of makes things fall apart, right, Valfera? Thanks, Kevin. I appreciate that. Now, again, we do have, of course, our Moria army, and we'll be working on that. We've only painted like 4 Balrogs. I mean, we only painted 4 of them, so there's clearly more to go. And then, of course, well, we've painted at least 3 of the Moria dragons now on stream. So, yeah, they dug a little bit too deep there. So, yes, indeed. And we're using all oil paints, start to finish. No zenithal priming, no acrylics. Well, I guess you could say the Steiner Res primer is acrylic. Aside from that, no acrylics. Well, we've pretty much wiped it all out, right, Valfir? I mean, you saw how many star systems we wiped out last night on stream. We must have ended at least 2 dozen different civilizations there just with the swipe of a brush. Hey, Milo, how you doing? Great to see you again there, Milo. I hope that things haven't been too crazy, because sometimes when there's a little bit of a gap like that, it means that something a little bit crazy happened. Hopefully that is not the case. And actually, check this out, Dork Depot. So tomorrow on stream, in all likelihood, we're going to be painting yet another one of our new Wapelia Spellbrush figures here. So we we actually made this on Eldritch Foundry. I've got a couple of more that I made. So yeah, we're going to be doing more Wapelius Spellbrush goodness, most likely on stream tomorrow. And of course, this was another relatively recent stream. This is maybe a month ago. Not sure. Again, all this done with the oils, all done on stream. Sorry about that cold milk. Well, I guess there was a lot of chicken soup, right? Cold milk. Now, the other thing that can make that cold milk taste better and also be nutritious is to have some frozen blueberries in there. Yeah, just take some frozen blueberries, chuck them in there. You leave them in there a while. The milk starts turning all purple. I mean, that's what we do for cereal. Well, yeah, you want to make your cereal extra yummy. Kind of have all the benefits of blueberry, but none of the downsides of all the sugars and stuff. Just chuck some frozen blueberries in there. I'll do the trick. I like that, Velfira. And of course, well, we painted Mimas, right, Velfira? That's no moon. That, beware, that is no moon. And again, we're getting closer and closer and closer to that time of year when it is, oh, look at this. It's time maybe to start painting some of our Christmas ornaments. Yes, of a planet. It's kind of, oh, there we go. Here, let's get our other. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Let me do this. Let me see if we can line this up here. Go back to my scene again here. Let me see if this is going to work. I only got like one shot of this. No, it wasn't quite set. There we go. There's so yeah, we'll be doing that, but technically in 3D. Sorry about that gold milk. Hopefully things are much better now, for sure. And again, everybody please give Dork Depot a follow. And of course, Dork Depot, I know you just finished your stream, so it's not like you have pictures of what you were doing just now. But now if you skedaddle off to the photo booth or something and you want to post that, that is all fine too. Or if you, again, you want to post some Discord, Insta, whatever links of maybe work in progress stuff, that is fantastic too. Again, everybody please give Dork Depot a follow. Valfira, ooh, I think you missed some of the early, we did a couple of early ones, Valfira. Oh, and this is actually kind of a classic here. So, when I did this before Valfira, there was literally no value. I mean, now here you got a little bit of a value difference, but imagine this, Valfira. Early on, we did like a gratuitous film noir. This was just one shade of gray. There was no orange. There was no kind of bluish gray. There was just dead gray. So, oh boy, well, Valfir, hopefully you can kind of go back and see that because that was early on. That was like in the first, I want to say 10 minutes, right, Camda? So again, before because now we did all the darker glaze stuff on here, but before that took hold, Valfira, it was shocking. I mean, it's kind of the way of things, right, with film noirs, Valfira. But that was stunning. We always say, right? It's like it's always so super stunning. Hey there, Grey Wolf. Great to see ya. So Grey Wolf, why don't you post some of your journeys in Middle Earth stuff there? I mean, again, you could post some of your Song of Ice and Fire too if you wanted. Oh, and that the reindeer moss is going to be very handy there, Grey Wolf. There are so many trees. Actually, Grey Wolf, I am tempted to see if I can actually spray paint some of that stuff, with my acrylic spray, like I use for terrain. I might be trying that. Who knows? So everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Dork Depot just posted, and everybody, please give Dork Depot a follow. So thanks for posting that there, Dork Depot. Again, that is an Instagram link of what was being worked on stream tonight. And again, Grey Wolf, if you want to post all the fabulous Journeys in Middle Earth figures there, please go ahead. Actually, gee whiz, who the heck is I don't even see the game on here. Does Ohio State have a bye this weekend? Oh no, okay. Oh, actually, that could be an interesting game. I don't know if that's being played out in Washington or that's being played in the shoe,
So say we all.
but that might be interesting. Thank you so much, Grey Wolf. Appreciate that. We could definitely use a bit of this. Um, so let me see, because it has them playing. Oh, that's on the 27th. Okay, never mind. Yeah, it is a bye week. Okay, because I kept scrolling, and I was like, okay. I'm still trying to figure out what happened with North Carolina their last two games, because we know what happened in the first game, but I have no idea what's happened in the last two games. Grey Wolf, huh? It was so funny because as I see that, I can see Tua staring down that receiver. I mean, I could see that on my phone, and I'm like, that's going to get picked. I wasn't sure if it was going to be a pick six or not, but I knew that was going to get picked even before, like 2 seconds before it was intercepted. When you can see it on a tiny phone screen, that the quarterback is not just staring down the receiver, he's literally pointing to every defender in the stadium, like, I'm throwing it to this guy, get over there. He didn't just jump that route, he was part of the route. So again, I'm glad that you're going to get a chance to paint more Journeys stuff there, Grey Wolf. And again, that is really looking fabulous. Yeah, we're going to add a little bit of a light over here too. So yeah, Velfera, we'll see. I think Indiana is actually favored in that game against the Illini there. We'll see how that plays out. That this might be the first week where we kind of see what some teams are and what are not. Actually, Grey Wolf, I think some of the beer vendors in the stands knew where that ball was going. Then they had their back to the field. And I think they could still say, he's throwing it this way, go jump that route. I mean, I've seen it before, right, where a quarterback stares down a receiver, but I don't know in all of the years of watching football if I've ever literally seen as such an egregious example of staring down the receiver. Which is funny, right, Grey Wolf? Because I think on the other side, your number 17 had not one but two no-look shovel passes. Now, one not as successful as the other. One was a touchdown. And again, we cover everything on the Wappleville Sports Network. But here we report the news before it is news. And of course, on our fabulous College Saturday coverage, we will be covering all things APCC, the Atlantic Pacific Central Conference. 10,000 teams, no academic standards. Everybody makes the playoffs. The portal is always open. So if you got yourself a uniform, a helmet, whatever, you can change sidelines during the game multiple times. That's one of the more bizarre neutral site games there, Valfera. Yeah, that should either be in Champaign or, well, wherever Indiana U is located. So, Camden, some of these games here, so Indiana State versus Indiana would be like Collingwood playing a grammar school team. So, yeah, it's they have no chance, Camden, and it's designed to be that way. That they didn't give up. They don't have any possibility of even competing. But what they did get was about a $500,000 check for showing up, and that's why they were there. It was essentially a practice game for the Hoosiers. So essentially, instead of scrimmaging against your own guys, you pay another school X amount of dollars to show up at your stadium to get nuked like that. So they must be 23rd or something like that, right? Oh no, they're 20th. Yeah, they're 20th, Valfera. Well, they didn't just take down South Carolina, right, Valfera? They destroyed them. That talk about an undressing or pantsing, whatever you want to call it. They just absolutely wiped them out. So yeah, so Camden, this is not like pro sports or anything like that. And actually, Camden, what's funny is that if Indiana was to play, say, even like if they were to play Ohio State at the shoe, they would probably lose at least 35-10, wouldn't you say, Grey Wolf? Maybe 42-10, because Ohio State is that much of a better team. Like that Texas versus Sam Houston game again. That is Sam Houston University getting a whole bunch of money to show up in Austin there and get destroyed. But again, that's kind of how the game works. Let's throw in a little bit more of a light over here. The indigo from Williamsburg, definitely much more of a green. Actually, Landdress, you could do Prussian blue, maybe chuck a tiny smidge of Mars black in there. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we were doing here, almost. But yeah, how's about Prussian blue, maybe a little bit of Mars black to neutralize it just a bit. So, just a bit. So see you later there, Grey Wolf. Thank you so much for being here. And Grey Wolf, you got a chance to share your Journeys in Middle Earth stuff, right? Yeah, go ahead and do that if you haven't had a chance yet. Now, Valfira, let's see. Well, they're playing Georgia State, so it's not going to be a tear down the goalpost kind of game, right?
So say we all.
Hey there, Horns fan. How you doing? So, Horns fan, you've got your bitter rivals this week. You got Sam Houston there. That is going to be a major challenge. So, how you doing there, Horns fan? Now, of course, some may say that game is not worthy of coverage, but again, we will cover that along with everything else on the Wampleville Sports Network. So Horns fan, what is the bigger surprise slash disappointment? Is it the Cowboys or is it the Texans? Or is it Arch Manning? Those are your three choices, a Horns fan. Yes, the Cowboys, Texans, or Arch Manning. Which is the most disappointing? Yeah, let's do this because yep, the Strouds did not manage to come back against Atlanta there. Let me see. So Velver says that it's Texas, or is it the oh gosh, or is it the Texas? No, sorry, the Rangers. That's it. There we go. Now Horns fan, are we 3 episodes in to Fansville season 8? I think so, Horns fan. I think we're 3 episodes in. So that means, Horns fan, you gotta start to predict. Are they gonna catch that platypus? Yes. Are they gonna catch the platypus for the flag plant there? Now let me again bring out some of these guys. So we will get some of our blue up there, but now we're gonna start getting some of our lighter orangey stuff here. So yeah, they started out with the draft slide, Horns fan. Then the second one was the flag plant, and then the third episode was they went to Pro Town. They went to Pro Town, and of course the mayor of Pro Town apparently was was Jerry Jones. Actually, oh, that's it, Horns fan. Now we know who's what the. I think nobody has come forward. Like no college player was willing to be kind of the guest star on Fansville, so Jerry did. So I don't know. I would expect that Dak is going to be injured next week, out for the season. I think that's what led to the Micah Parsons trade. Horns fan was when Jerry decided to show up on Fansville. Oh, and also, as part of that curse, Horns fan, it looks like the Caleb Williams experiment is about to come to an end here. Yeah, when the new coach says he points to the backup guy and says, "Wow, that guy he makes all the throws. He's so situationally aware." That usually doesn't bear well, right, for the multi-million-dollar first-round draft choice. Now again, we're getting some of our oranges in here. This is again puro orange, so this is the real deal here. This orange, we're not playing around. Oh, he's got maximum curse there, Horns fan. He's got maximum cursed going on right now. He's pretty much a goner at this stage. And my guess is that he probably knows it and is playing that way. Let's do this. I would say that the Vikings and the Bears would be like a combined 1 and let's see, what was it, 17? It's a 1 in 33, but they have to play each other. So somebody's going to win those. I'm not so sure that either one of those teams is going to beat anybody. Horns fan, the one thing that I wish they did for him was give him the white collar. The that like the linebackers and stuff used to have. That's the one thing I wish they would make part of his costume. Oh yeah, yeah. So Horns fan, they show up because there's a game in another town, and they go to this town on Saturday, and nobody is nobody's dressed up, right? Nobody's doing tailgating, and they're all looking around like, do they don't know it's Saturday? What is this place? And that's when Jerry Jones comes out of a, I don't know, some kind of a restaurant or something that says, "This is Pro Town. We play on Sundays." Yeah, Horns fan. I don't remember why they got rid of those. I'm not sure why. So yeah, we should be due for a new one, right, Horns fan? So yeah, Cam. Wait a minute. Let me get. Where's one that's got the big old No, he didn't have the big old axe. One of the Well, we'll just roll with this here. So again, starting it. Look at that. Starting to line up there pretty well. There we go. So Horns fan, yeah, there's been some really epic upsets already. Who knows what might beckon for this weekend? That is the thing I keep hearing there, Horns fan. I remember hearing some kind of audio of the coach going, "Nothing to see here, nothing to see here," which generally means in college coach speak, like there is glaring something to see here. So yeah, Velfair, lots of rules changes for sure, right? Not sure if you're familiar with Gary Fensick. Ironically enough, he went to Yale, and he was actually a lawyer, but he was pretty much known as the human cruise missile. I'm not sure how many tackles he ever made not being airborne. And by tackles, I mean of the decapitation variety. Now, here again, more of our Puro Orange. You can see we're using this like a teensy tiny little filbert brush here. Teensy tiny little filbert brush. That's how we roll. And again, we are painting 9 of these guys all at once. No zenithal, no nothing. I think actually Cam did just by virtue of not doing the pre-glaze stuff, we probably saved at least 40% of our time. Yeah, that is that's not exactly how technique is taught these days, right, Velfera? And we're just let's see, that's number 4. We're wandering this way. We're gonna go even lighter than with some of our kind of more yellowish orange. Then we'll get to some of our lightest stuff on the other side of things, on the as we call it, the ambient light side of things. Ooh, wait, 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 wait. Let's go back. Okay, fine, fine. We'll put some thinner in here. Give me this, man. The wow, Camden. Okay, an hour 34 minutes, maybe another 10 for putting on the palette. This one floral color, Camden, is already turning into a gummy bear. That would not be happening with your floros, whether they were the homemade variety, certainly not the Marion Street variety. They're just up on YouTube, right? Right, Horns fan. Because I only ever saw the new one, the one with Jerry. I only saw that once. They mostly just they were replaying the platypus one. That's I gotta actually Horns fan. My ultimate thing would be yeah, to have all 8 seasons on a DVD or something like that. I just would actually I would watch the Fansville channel. That's what I would do. Give me the Fansville channel. All right, let me grab maybe you here to use as a blending brush. Let's see if we can use this guy here. Teensy little bit. There you go. It's pretty crazy, right, Horns fan, to think, wait a minute, 8 years? Yeah, I'm just trying to think, who were some of the players featured on that 8 years ago? Actually, I think Valfera has the right accusation there. It was big acrylic 8 the time because it takes so much longer to paint stuff with the acrylics, right, Valfera? That sounds like a very logical suspect to me there, Valfera. Very much so. Did we get our? I think we did. Where's my? We're going to do a little bit more of this right here. Let's get a little more of that going in there. I think we did it. I think we had that raid. That's right. I think that's what it was. Let me hit this up. Whoops, a little more. Take that away. Like you do. There we go. All right. Let's put that away. And again, that was a genuine Pearling Crimson. Oils are eternal, right, Camda? They are forever. Literally and figuratively. See what I did there? Yeah, that's what I did. Lighten you up a bit. Unfortunately, much more to do there, Valfera. Because the kitchen floor hasn't even been started yet, and that is another massive project. That is probably going to be a fall sort of a thing. Part of it is, yeah, I think I have to kind of wait till things like the air conditioners are out of the way and such to be able to actually do that project. Let me, no, let me get this. There we go. There you go. So yeah, Horns fan, I've been making more and more of the football player sculpts. I still want to. Let me see. For my linebackers, I still want to sculpt that. I want to sculpt a collar on some of these Valfera. I'm still sculpting the collar on some of them. We're going old school. Yep, I'm gonna do that. And we're using Eldritch Foundry for that. Now again, speaking of Eldritch Foundry, most likely I will be painting the one of those new Wapelius Spellbrush sculpts. Yeah, let me throw a little more of this here. And then again, we got the Perline Orange mixed with a little bit of our yellow for now. That'll get a little later too, but more of our orange. Again, mix it with some of the yellow here. A little bit there. For all intents and purposes, it's a dry brush. Eventually, we kind of move away from the dry brushy stuff. So yeah, Velfira, looking really forward to the first of our APCC teams. So yeah, Horns fan. Between the Barton Barristers and the Swampton Crocs, the Atlantic Pacific Central Conference, we're going to start painting teams from throughout the conference. Those just happen to be the first two. Recoil, there's a part of me that wants to just challenge GPT to come up with ridiculous names for universities and mascot names. I might have to do that. That could be hilarious. Oh, and guess what else I have to do? Because I don't know if you know, just like in AFL, right? The doggies, when they win, they have a team song and everything. Well, of course, every university has their own fight song. We are certainly going to avail ourselves of making fight songs for the Swampton Crocs and for the Barton Barristers. Oh, that is gonna be way too much fun to recoil. I'll try to send you some of those, Horns fan. Once those are made, that is gonna be hilarious. All right, oh no, we still got one more of these to add this kind of mid-range oranges. Then we gotta get kind of our latest orange. No, let's go. Let's go Oppo. Let's go to the stuff that's not source lighting. Now see here, that's actually too much of the yellow, so we're gonna get some of the orange in there. Tone that down too. So now that should, yeah, there, let's get blending brush. We got some of that Pearling Crimson Steel. We're going to do a little bit of blending action there. Look at that. Look at that. Take this away. Right? Hashtag no layers. We don't need no stinking layers here. Take your layers somewhere else. Don't need no layers. We do need a little bit more of our orangey light under there though. And also a little there. So yeah, again, I'm pretty sure that these guys are from Diwali. This one right here, the other small one. And I'm going to double check on the Papal 3D, but I'm pretty sure that those other dwarves, they might be from Papal 3D. Nice to see you there, Doji. Glad that the bakery run is achieved. Technically, I guess you could say there's been a bakery run here because of the fudge that Kathy's family sent this way, along with the Girl Scout cookies, as in like 4 boxes worth. No, it's 3 boxes worth. And of course, Doji, if you want to share any of your oil painted stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Doji, we are taking on not just any old number of dwarves, we're taking on 9 of them. Now, the last time we tried 9 dwarves was years ago. I think you probably saw this stream, right, Doji, where we did those 9 Medberry dwarves in about 10.5 hours. And once again, a spoiler alert, we are not spending 10.5 hours on the stream. We are 1 hour 45 minutes into this stream. And, well, let's put it this way, Camda. We were not this far along on our 9 guys in an hour and 45 minutes on the other stream. I guarantee that. Everybody check out that Instagram link there that Doji just shared. Again, fabulous oil painted miniatures. Go check it out. Go check that out. Come on, little boy. There we go. All right. Now, let's we need to let that stuff have a chance to set, which means we need to start going here, right? We have to start doing our ambient color, so which means we gotta start adding some blue to it. Maybe even Prussian blue. Got it. We gotta include the Prussians somewhere. Yeah, don't want to get them mad. Let's not make the Prussians mad. Let's get some of this in there. Now, is that too much of a mid-tone? No, but there we go. So it is a little bit more of a bluish tone there for sure. So we did 15 gobos in 12 hours, Doji. And actually, Doji, I gotta find the rest of the gobos because they all need to go with the main set. So that was these guys right here. Yeah, that was the 12 or 15 gobos in 12 hours. I think that was the record for number. Now they're gonna really like it there, Recoil. I mean, they really will. It is tremendous stuff. I mean, I would literally just eat all of it right now if I could. So this is no sky blue, no Severus blue. It's just a little bit of Prussian blue with some of the white. Yep, just Prussian blue, some of the white. That is it. And Camden, I think, well, you were here early on, right? And we said what a big difference those heftier colors made, like the cobalt blue, the ultramarine blue, and the Endancerin blue. Again, none of those were alkyds. They have no sky blue harmed, no Severus blue harmed tonight. But again, you see it's got that bluish tint to it already. We'll hopefully they send you some pictures of the fudge that they get. And again, I mean, all of it's really good. There is I've had, I think, at least, because they have that sampler thing there, Recoil, and I think technically it is cheaper overall to just get the sampler and just get multiple flavors instead of trying to get, a pound of just one flavor. So that is just absolutely incredible stuff there. Again, first time I had it was at Adepticon when someone just said, "Well, here I've got all this fudge. I gotta go now. Who wants some fudge?" And they dropped off, I think it was like 3 boxes of the stuff. And we ended up taking home, I think, like 3 different flavors, and that was one of them. The blueberry cheesecake fudge. Now we're going to make this also, speaking of blue-ish, we're going to make that more blue-ish. gray. Then we're going to go a teensy lighter as well than this. Get a little bit of that over there. Also some of it there. So yeah, we're not even 2 hours in. We are blazing away at these dwarves here. As we work on this, of course, it allows us to let all of our object source lighting stuff, all the orange, have a chance to set a little bit. Make it easier to work on, easier to get more light, some of our lightest lights on there. Let's do this. Like you do this here. Yeah, not so much of the orange there. So again, you can see now there is very much getting to be a color differential here, not just a value differential at core temperature. More of that blue up here. Also over there.
Who enters my domain?
Welcome back, Scarecrow. How you doing? Everybody, please give Scarecrow exec a follow. So Scarecrow, great to see it. Thanks for the raid, of course. So Scarecrow, we are working on a big old batch of dwarves here. It's almost 11 of them. But we got 9 of these guys less than 2 hours ago. These were just basically dark brown primer. There was no zenithal. There was no nothing on them. And as you can see, we're kind of going for the kind of off-camera light source from below on these Khazad Dum dwarves. These are going to be for our Lord of the Rings Middle-earth strategy battle game here. So yeah, Scarecrow, here we've got a whole big batch of these. Here, we can even zoom out a little bit to show them easier. There you go. I know here's more over here. So we got 9 of these guys. 1 hour 52 minutes ago. Again, these had no paint on them whatsoever at all. Now, last night on stream, I guess we have to zoom out again to show these. A little different subject matter there. We did 4, count them, 4 spacescapes last night. There you go. There's our 4 fabulous spacescapes. And then before that, actually these were our last Friday and Saturday streams here. More oil paint goodness. These are from Warcrow right here. Those are from Warcrow. And this Monday we started off the week with the fabulous and gigantic Cobalt class assault ship here. Again, that was our Monday stream. Now tomorrow, well, on our Saturday stream, we're going to be painting yet another Wapelius Spellbrush figure because we have a couple of new ones that we sculpted with the Eldritch Foundry. And again, go check them out because, well, it's really fun to be able to basically sculpt anything you want there. So it's really, really, really tremendous. Now, thanks to Scarecrow. That was number 7. Yeah, that was the 7th ship that we've done so far. And of course, Scarecrow, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Everybody, again, please give Scarecrow exec a follow. So yeah, you got Instas, Discords, whatever you want to share. Please, please go ahead and do that. Scarecrow. Yep, and again, on stream tomorrow, it is, I believe it's going to be another Spellbrush figure. Nice to see you there, Grant Oracle. How you doing? Sorry if I missed your post there. Ah, so Grand Oracle, that is interesting. Well, that was the last survivor, right? Grand Oracle. Everything else was gone except for that. Well, I'm gonna get me a couple more tubes. I mean, I think the paint sale was still going on, right, Grand Oracle? But like, just like Camden was saying, we have the Paul Rubens. So everybody check out that Instagram link that Scarecrow just shared. Everybody please give Scarecrow exec a follow. So yeah, sorry Grand Oracle, missed that from the raid there. And again, thank you so much for the raid, Scarecrow. And again, everybody please give Scarecrow exec a follow if you could. Well, okay. Again, I think I have a few tubes of that. What's interesting is that, what is it? Windsor Newton, right? They still have their stuff. Again, I haven't been on Dick Blick in a little bit. It's been a while since I've been on the Dick Blick site for sure. I still haven't bought anything from Jerry's yet, Grand Oracle. Again, that's not like, oh, Jerry's is no good or something like that. I just have never actually gotten anything from them. Let's see here. Continue with that. Who knows? Maybe we even go a little bit like a goldish something there. I don't know. We'll see how that plays out. Again, we are only 1 hour 56 minutes in. So yeah, I guess that just leaves us with the Paul Rubens, right, Camden? Now again, I mean we can see if it is. I'm not really understanding why they're getting rid of it. I think it's just because they don't really advertise it or anything. That's all I can figure. And again, everybody please give Scarecrow exec a follow if you could. That'd be sensational. Let me get a little bit of something later. Okay, now let's get some even later. Cooler grayish colors going on here. A little bit more there, sure. Let me get some more of that stuff out of there before. There we go. Here, let's try a little bit of dry brushy stuff there. So yeah, remember Grand Oracle? I used to get the quick dry white all the time, and then I just preferred because the other stuff does not have alkyds in it. Yeah, Grand Oracle. I'm pretty darn sure the other stuff has no alkyds in it. Well, let me see something here. But yeah, all of the Windsor Newton alkyds, those are all still listed. Blending brush. Blending brush. Let me just use this guy here. Little bit of blending brush there. Make you lighter as well. So that I don't know, Camda. I don't really do that kind of stuff, so unfortunately couldn't really tell you one way or another. But yeah, the full. Actually, I think they are also a bit on the cheaper side too. Yeah, they do seem to be on the cheaper side there. Let me throw in a little bit more of you. Again, it's just kind of almost like a bit of a dry brush here with some of this lighter but cooler color here. Get a little something more over there. See you later there, Doji. Wish you great success with the terrain project, of course. I actually have to get. I need to get back to my regular terrain project here, not the one-to-one scale, but actually the regular terrain project. So yeah, Camda, that was. I have a bunch of tubes of that. I think I have at least 2 tubes of that here, Camda. The quick dry. Actually, that's what I usually use for the color charts. Well, now I just use all the leftover tubes of titanium white that I've got, which is a ton. I mean, I have a bazillion of those. Trying to go here again with something that's a little bit lighter gray. We'll take a blending brush to that here. Again, hashtag no layers. So see you later there, Doji. Catch you on Sunday. Again, hopefully your Saturday is fabulous. See a lot of stuff, for whatever reason, lots of stuff being canceled there. I don't know why. Again, they're getting rid of a lot of all the Alkid stuff. I still think it's kind of like what happened with the Green Stuff World Texture Rollers, is that nobody ever told anybody how to utilize them to maximum, efficiency, whatever. So nobody was buying them. Huge surprise, right? All right, let me get some of that in here. Like so. A little bit of this now. Yeah, gee whiz. I never really did. I'm trying to think how many actual Bob Ross episodes I've ever really seen. I don't know if maybe I've seen 2 complete episodes. That's it of actual Bob Ross there. So see you later there, Scarecrow. Again, thank you so much for the raid. Everybody again, check out the Instagram link that Scarecrow shared, and have yourself a great rest of your day there, Scarecrow, and a great night. Again, appreciate that. That needs to certainly be later there. Let me get back to my reference. There we go. Again, catch a little bit of light on the edge of that. Also then up here again, we'll lighten this up some more. As light as this might look, this is most definitely not white. It only looks this light because everything else that we've got on here is so much darker. Anything else up here? Yeah, let me do this. Come on, more. There. Much more light along the edge of this shield right here. Some more of that up here. We'll do some blending. Wasn't necessarily going to do freehand stuff on it. Maybe we ultimately do. It kind of depends how we are looking time-wise. I also want these to be in line with the other shields, which of course are very, very different. Yeah, we might do some super simple freehand stuff on there. I'm not so sure yet. It's all gonna depend. But much like we say all the time, right? We want to do a little bit more on this. Then we move away from doing this bluish gray, and it changes more towards our lighter yellows and oranges and such. That'll be the next thing we tackle because again we want what we've been doing here to have a chance to set right. And that just makes it easier to get more paint on there if you let what's on there have that all important chance to just set for a bit. It's not going to dry. Again, it's kind of like you mix up some bread dough or something like that. You don't shove it in the oven 2 seconds later. You let that have a chance to prove first. Then it goes in the oven, just like, say, pottery and such. Don't be a hasty little hobbit. Sorry I haven't had a chance to do that animation yet, Camda. Nice to see you there, surface tension. Surface tension, why don't you share some of those fabulous links in the chat there to the Mastodon stuff, all the fabulous oil painted miniatures? Go ahead and do that. May catch the top edge of that, sure. Top edge of this one. So it's almost time, surface tension, for another fabulous college football Saturday here. Whose playoff dreams will be shattered this week? Everybody check out that Mastodon link there that surface tension just shared. So again, it's not just lighter, that also has that all important little bit of a bluish tint to it there. That really, all kidding aside, that's a pretty crucial thing. Now these are facing up. They are going to be more of a bluish gray. That probably needs to also be shifted towards a bluish gray, away from the yellowish orange again. Let me move these back here and out of the way. So surface tension, what was it? Oh yeah, the The original Atlanteans were the Welsh Landians because they were the ones that built the anti-death orb shield. Yeah, so they're the original space aliens. Again, everybody be like Cam to go check out all the fantastic miniatures that Surface Tension has painted with the oil paints. Now, Surface Tension, is there another? Oh, you know what, Surface? I keep forgetting to to print out that. But not the War Sphinx. Yeah, I think it's the War Sphinx, or is it the Necro Sphinx? I can never remember which one was the one with the Howdah, and which one is just like the thing with the big weapon. I can never remember which one is which. But I still have to get that thing printed out. And I'll try to get you the again. There was too much madness today to try and look through Colts 3D or anything like that. Just trying to get a very simple print going is challenging now, right, Armored Wolf? And no switching the slicers, not an option because again we have hundreds of build plates and there is no time to redo all those build plates. So yeah, surface tension. I gotta get that thing printed up because well, we have and I'm pretty sure it is the OPR version, right? I think you saw me paint that, right? Surface tension in the video series. So that makes more sense, Landras, like you're saying there, that the War Sphinx has to be the one with the Howdah, and the Necro Sphinx is just like the dude, or the big creature, whatever you want to call it, big monster. Oh yeah, Armored Wolf. I guess the big terracotta guys maybe not the worst place to start because we could do a video series on one of them. Just sorry, I forgot all about that. Let's see. Oh, no problem there, Armored Wolf. I mean, you got so many other things to do with Ursa and everything else. I was just about to try and put together the Carnosaur and the Lantern thing, and that went awry. I never had a chance to do that myself either. Let's see. Landrest, I was usually using something like Mars Yellow Deep, maybe mixed with either a little bit of the Mars Black or the Williamsburg Van Dyke Brown or either the Gamlin version. But that is kind of the mainstay there, and then using probably something more like a white to lighten that. Yeah, I would say something like that. Landrest. Yeah, go with the Mars Yellow Deep, maybe mixed with the Van Dyke Brown or something. Now, so surface tension. Now, do you have the A1? I forget which one you got there. Boy, Cam, I have so many different dwarf files between the all the different Lord of the Rings guys that I'm part of, right? So many of them. Oh, I almost forgot, Cam, that I got to drop some thinner on our Paul Rubens. Actually, boy, these Paul Rubens are becoming more and more important, right? Right, Cam? Yeah, Landrest. Oh gosh. what the heck was the color? Snakebite leather. Remember the old GW snakebite leather land dress? That was the color that I used to use for the casings all the time. And that is kind of like a Mars Yellow Deep in a way. So surface tension, yeah, the X1 carbon, when the spool runs out, it just runs out, and then I just, you know, it rips it out of the spool thing, and then I just put the next one on, and I tell it to feed it. You have to actually. What's hilarious is the stupid little control thing on the printer just doesn't work. It never does. So I actually have to do it on my phone. Oh, geez, it's a contrast now. Hey there, Inganes. Everybody, please give Inganes a follow. And of course, Inganes, why don't you share some of your fabulous stuff in the chat? Because Inganes also streams the oil paint stuff. So definitely, please go check out Inganes. And again, Inganes, why don't you share some stuff there in the chat? So here we go. Check out that Instagram link that Nganes just shared. Remember, check out the Mastodon link that Surface Tension just shared. So yeah, Surface Tension, it just kind of it pulls the last of the sprue off. I used to go down there and like wait for this thing to run out, and I would sit there and I would cut the spool before it would run out, and then try to like feed the other thing in there while it was like, no, it's just not worth doing anything like that. So I don't do that anymore. I used to, don't do that anymore. So again, everybody please give Ngones a follow. Now Ngones, we're going to be doing any streaming this weekend. Let folks know if you're going to be doing that. Get a little bit more of my lighter orange and some of these, but now maybe some of the lighter yellow over here. Ah, there we go. A little more over there too, maybe. Not up there, because that would be that is not getting hit by the light from underneath. So again, everybody check out that Instagram link that Camda just shared. And then give Camda a follow too. Alright, here we are. Ooh, that needs to, yeah, that's going to be too much. Let's back away from that. Now I think that is more like what we wanted. Yeah, something more like that. And then we'll come back with some of our later stuff. We still have to do our lightest light in the cooler bluish areas as well. Geez, sorry about that, Inganes. I don't know. Hopefully, maybe if now these holders here, they're kind of on the larger grip set. Maybe something that has that larger grip might also make it a little bit less painful in the hands there. So yeah, surface tension, it just rips the stuff off. It should just rip off the whatever is left of the, the filament there. It should just tear that right off and then print the last of it. Then you get the printer, the filament empty warning, and you just go fill it, and you do the reload thing. Yeah, and yep, Camden, you gotta forge ahead no matter what, right? There is nothing, no injury gets in the way of the painting. Gotta be able to play hurt. The best ability is availability. Sometimes you just gotta bow that neck and just keep on trucking forward. So yeah, I just used the PLA stuff. Now that might be something. Yeah, that could be it. Surface tension, maybe what you're using is like really tough or something, and it's not able to yank that out. Definitely have never had any kind of problems with the PLA doing that. That's for sure. Nothing like that. Might catch against some more of these edges right here on our dwarves. A little bit more of the orange over here. Because that's where the light would be hitting it, not up there. That is away from the orange light source anyhow. That's it's kind of funny because I've never actually seen that because I don't think I've ever seen anybody's VODs. I didn't even know it would do that. That sounds like YouTube. There's Camda. Yeah, surface tension. I don't know what spools you're using. For me, it's essentially always the Elegoo. Actually, Landrest. I looked. Well, right now, the it's $42 for the 4 rolls of Elegoo matte PLA on Amazon, but the regular PLA is still at that 10 rolls for $99. No tax, no shipping. Yeah, that is so hilarious, Camja. That is absolutely hilarious. Again, letting that little bit of the lighter yellow now start to get involved here. Yellowish orange. Then we're gonna probably come back with some more of our really dark stuff to establish a couple of edges and such. We do that. Yeah, I can really see that starting to take effect there. Nice to see you there, Denethor. Everybody, please give Denethor a follow. Middle Earth's favorite pyromaniac. He's like, dude, so that's on-camera light sourcing, huh? He's like, it better be, man. This is getting kind of toasty holding this thing in my hand. He's like, oh yeah, you think you don't think my feet are getting warm? He's like, dude, that's have you ever tried doing let's see, glider-free hang gliding? Yeah, yeah. Have you ever tried that? It's like, I'm not so sure that's a good idea. That sounds like it could be painful. Well, it sort of is, but it looks really cool on the way down. So yeah, surface tension. I'll send you a picture of some of the stuff that I've been printing out. I've easily gone through in the last probably what if you want to say about a couple of months or something like that, at least 20, probably close to 20 rolls of filament or something like that. Now, of course, we've basically, for all intents and purposes, practically printed out entire cities. So yeah, Denethor is the object and the source of the light, right, Camda? So Denethor, if you wanted to share any stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Great to see you. And of course, happy Saturday. So I think I sent you the pictures of the painting that we did the paintings that we did last night on stream. So yeah, Denethor, it's a little bit of a revival of the Dwarf Challenge from years ago. You might have even seen the stream where we painted 9 dwarves, but that was 10.5 hours. Again, spoiler alert, this will not be a 10.5 hour stream, but yet there are still 9 dwarves. One stream, 9 dwarves, not 10.5 hours. Thanks, Surface Tension. Appreciate that. Thanks, Surface Tension. Alright, let's get this a little lighter here. Maybe, yeah, a little bit lighter here. Like you do. Yeah, like that. So appreciate that, Surface Tension. Ooh, gee whiz, we got none of our lighter orange down here. We're just gonna sneak some of that in. Like you do. There. Thanks, Denethor. Yeah, we've been at this, 2 hours, 26 minutes. And again, not doing pre-glaze. No pre-glaze on these. Just a darker brown primer. Attacking them straight away with all of the lighter dry brushy stuff. So Armored Wolf, I wonder if the GPTs are going to do the same thing with the Carnosaur like they kept doing with that stupid vehicle, or I kept saying, oh, you want to see a rhino. It's like, no, I want to see this vehicle, not a rhino. I don't know if it's going to do the same thing with the Carnosaur, because maybe it's just not as going to be as iconic as a Land Raider or a rhino. Well, that was getting really annoying there, Armored Wolf, for sure. So nope, Denethor, that was a separate stream. That was just the dwarves. That's from RM Printable Terrain. I'm not fairly sure. I'm definitely sure I did that piece first. So we did the terrain piece, then we did the dwarves. Surface tension, and I've made it with so many different combos. I think this last one was the Steinorez red-brown primer. It wasn't the terracotta, it was the red-brown mixed with just some of the black, and that was it. So yeah, Armor Wolf, I have no idea what was going on. I've never seen something like that before. And again, I was giving it like thumbs down and saying, look, I don't want to see a rhino. I literally said that in the instruction. I said, I don't want to see a rhino. And it kept literally creating pictures of rhinos. Me do this now. No. Gotta go back to this orange. And now, Denethor, you haven't had a chance to stream lately, right? Here's hoping you can get back into the painting again and such. And here's hoping that Arathu, Banco, everybody's all doing well. Well, that is definitely. Ooh, that sounds fantastic there, Denethor. So yeah, Denethor. Well, I think Now, I'm not sure if Portugal is the only source of cork, but that is, I think, the world's primary source of cork bark is Portugal. So that sounds like it was really fun there, Denethor. I'm gonna get more of my yellowish orange down over here. I gotta go more just orange here. Getting a lot of this. Again, is the stuff that's facing down towards our light source. That did not go where that was supposed to. We're just gonna use our blending brush to take some of that away. Touch more, and let's get more of that light down here. Let's see, so man, that's good. That's good there, Denethor. Again, I'm glad you were able to do that and have a lot of fun. Probably all kinds of amazing pictures that should make for some very nice paintings. Oh yeah, let's lighten. Oh no 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 nope nope. Let's go all the way back here to almost to our pure orange for that side of the armor on his boots there. Now to this a little bit lighter here. Let's make sure it don't get too light. Here, I'll go back to more of an orange there. Come on. I'll have to get some of our bluer stuff there too, but oh yeah, here we have none of our orange down over here. Yeah, county cork, not lots of cork there. I would imagine that that is not quite the best growing conditions for it, right? Surface tension. Something tells me there are slightly different growing conditions involved. Back to maybe my somewhat lighter orange there. Also down over here. And even this is not the lightest of our orange source light reflection stuff that's going to happen just yet. Now, of course, well, we're only 2.5 hours in. After we do this, next up will be the much lighter stuff up on the upper portions that have the cooler colors, the grayer colors, the less saturated colors. You might almost say Welshlandian type colors there. And then we're going to start getting into some of our, I think some of the darker colors, and that's where we're really going to set some nice hard edges and such too. That's where we'll probably come back with, again, some of the Payne's Gray, some of the, maybe some of the Mars Black here and there, maybe even a little bit of Burnt Umber to try and get some darker lines in some of these areas. And literally, it's just some guy with an axe. Oh, it was Sarge. Yeah, Sarge sent me that. So it's just it's some guy with an axe, with that little hand axe, and he just shaves the bark off the tree, and that's it. Doesn't chop down the tree or anything like that. Just shaves the bark off the tree. The bark grows back, and then they do it again, and they do it again. Now, I could see Australia with that. Obviously, it has to certainly be warm enough, and I guess kind of on the drier side. So Grand Oracle, I got like, for some reason, I got 2 or 3 tubes of it. And the one thing, what's weird is it does not seem to dry fast at all, Grand Oracle. Like, as in at, it's weird. I have multiple tubes of that stuff. I might even have one sitting right here. And it's just like, yeah, I haven't really, yeah. I tried using this stuff and it just seemed like it did not dry fast at all, which is weird because the other Alkids Grand Oracle, they dry very fast. And I do mean the Griffins. No idea what's going on there. And I think I've used 2 different tubes of it, Grand Oracle. And it still kind of did the same thing. So not sure what is up with that. That doesn't make any sense, right? Makes no sense whatsoever. May try. I wonder, is this light enough of a? Yeah, okay. For now, that is a light of enough yellowish orange, which will also maybe mix into that orange. Here, now we got to go back to more of the pure orange for stuff that's facing down towards the ground, or the source lighting down here. There. Hey there, Lord Dave. Great to see ya. And we say hello to Lord Dave. So, Lord Dave, why don't you share? I mean, you've been painting all kinds of fabulous stuff there, Lord Dave. Why don't you share some of that in the chat? Now, yeah, Lord Dave, I mean, really, like we were talking about, you're really, I mean, it's like a creative explosion, right? Actually, Grand Oracle, Camden and I, we have joked that this, of course, let me try and actually pull this out of here. There we go. We've almost been calling this the faster matter white. So yeah, and you can get these, I think, in a 3-pack, Grand Oracle. Yeah, you can get those in a 3-pack. And I think I've already gotten one of those 3-packs. Everybody check out that Facebook link that Lord Dave just shared. And again, Lord Dave, I was just thinking, Lord Dave, if these were Blood and Plunder figures, you'd have yourself practically an entire crew right now. So again, everybody please check out the links there that Lord Dave just posted. And let's see, Lord Dave, I think it was Was it three different awards that you got there at the Reaper MSP there? So yeah, Grand Oracle, there should be a 3-pack on Amazon. Now be careful, don't get the zinc white Grand Oracle. It's tricksy and false. Don't get that, because that's what comes in one of the sets there. Yeah, you don't want the zinc white. That's a no bueno right there. So again, and congratulations there, of course, Lord Dave. Let me see. So surface tension, it's really hard to say because, well, I'm using so many other alkyds right now. I think the only true way to tell is maybe on some of the color charts surface tension. But even then, that's not a miniature, right? That's a very absorbent board. And of course, it also depends on the surface. and ironically enough, right, surface tension, it depends on the surface, because if you're painting on FDM, that is massively more absorbent than, say, a metal miniature or something like that, or even a resin miniature. And of course, the 3D printed resin figure is more absorbent than a metal or a plastic figure. So there's so many other conditions to kind of factor in, unfortunately. Surface tension reds, even alkyd reds, those can take a while to dry, because reds are always going to be a longer drying color, unless, of course, you're talking about Indian yellow and Egyptian violet, right, Grand Oracle? In which case, all bets are off. Again, great to see you, Lord Dave. I was going to ask you for a second. I thought it was much later, Lord Dave, and I was going to ask if you were just up super early or if you're up super late. But I'm going with the up super late now. And like Grand Oracle was saying, you want to make sure that, again, if you don't have the Badger Steiner res, if you can't get that, then the MiG ammo one-shot primer is the same thing. Now, again, it's not necessarily for the drying of stuff. That is just for the getting the paint to stick to the stuff. That sounds about right there. That sounds about right, Lord Dave. Let me do this. Oh boy, what were they were a series of videos. I don't know if they still make them, but they were like it was like this narrated thing, and they would have the sad music playing, and there was some for dogs, there were some for cats, and it was all about, day 47 of my confinement by the humans. The humans seem to be enthralled by such and such. Human hasn't fed me in almost 2 hours. I risk starving to death. And there was a whole series of those videos, and they had like the really sad music playing and stuff, and there was the very sad voice narrating those. And there was a set for dogs, and there was a set for cats. I don't remember what they were called. I'm sure they're probably just floating around on YouTube somewhere. I do believe some of the dog ones focused on the human's fascination with picking up what they would leave behind. And I think the dog would say, I can only surmise that the human doesn't understand how you do that sort of thing, and they have to take it home and analyze it. Let me see if I can get a little bit of the. No. This orange up here. All right, that's. There we go. Okay. So yeah, I think well, we talked about the greyhounds last stream, right? Surface tension. Is that going to be too close to the yellow on our orange right there? Maybe not. Maybe not. Do we? Here, let's go a little lighter then on the underside here, and then we might. Well, yeah, we'll be coming back with some of our darker stuff too. We're not even 3 hours in yet. Again, we're working on 9 of these guys. Yeah, we're working on 9 of our little dwarves here. Here, let's get our blending brush and attack that. Hashtag no layers. No layers. Can I find a little bit of my lighter able to get in here right now? Looks like, yeah. Yeah, so you can see how that's playing out. Now, actually, here, let's do a quick little gratuitous film noir. Okay, there's your typical light to dark shading there, but look at the difference that the color and temperature contrast makes. Big old difference there. That wasn't supposed to go there. That was too much of a pin line wash. So we'll just get rid of that. Still too much of that. Darken that up a little more. Kind of get all that dark stuff out of that brush now. 1 sec. Now we have a big old blob of light stuff on the end of that brush. Now it's gone. Looks like our scaly friends are going to need a little bit of some light on them too. Now, Lord Dave, the couple of fairies, right, for whatever reason, I was thinking those were still freebooter, but I forget he did some of those for Reaper too, some of the fairies and that sort of thing, and even one of the demonette type things. Now, I don't know if he does a ton of stuff for his freebooter line now, or if it's just kind of a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Especially since, yeah, I guess he's still doing stuff for Reaper, like you were saying. Now, Grant Oracle, I wasn't sure if you wanted to share some of your Reaper figures there, some of those very early on Reaper figs, if you want to share some of those. I think it's been a few streams since you've last had a chance to share those. Alright, gonna sneak some of this lighter yellowish orange down here. think, and I know when we were doing the Wild West Exodus, and the person that was playing that with, they wanted to do the River Gals. Basically, it was female pirates. He used a combination of freebooter miniatures and Black Scorpion. Actually, I don't know. Have you ever seen Black Scorpion stuff there, Lord Dave? That was the other one that he got a lot of, was the Black Scorpion figures. Actually, I still have a bunch of those too myself. Well, have a good stroll there, Surface Tension, especially since it seems like the Welsh Landic Space Agency is doing a good job on that on the Death Orb shield. Seems like it is safe for man and beast in Welshlandia there. I guess they're still doing new stuff there, Lord Dave. Yeah, I think Black Scorpion still is actually making new stuff. But I know we got a bunch of those. Now, those are your kind of prototypical resin type figs there. Back to the orange. Like that. Okay, we are working on 9 of these guys. We started only with the darker brown primer. We did a lighter dry brush of all of the orange stuff, some of the lighter grays, as in the bluish grays. Then we did those a little bit of glazes on them. Then we moved on to starting to do some of our lighter stuff with the upper portion. Now we're doing that down here into the source lighting portion. Then we did the stuff on the bases. That's right, some stuff on the bases. Then we will move into kind of doing some of the darker shadow type stuff there, and other adjustments, and then those final highlights. That's usually some of the last things that we're doing. Well, Lord Dave, I mean, would you say having the factory here makes a little bit of a difference in quality? I mean, that's got to be more than just a coinkydink there, right, Lord Dave? Instead of where they had been getting them made. Because, like I say, if those are the recent things, those have to have been made in the actual new Reaper factory. Paint water that just popped up. Oh gosh. I think that popped up yesterday on my feed there, maybe the day before. Paint water. Everybody, please give Paint Water Sommelier a follow. And of course, Paint Water, I don't know if you're still streaming there, but if you want to share stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Everybody, please give Paint Water Sommelier a follow. So Paint Water, actually, ooh, you just reminded me. I gotta finish prepping the. I got his new Sauron figure. And of course, well, this is also from Navaret Studios. We also did the Boromir figure. So again, that's a King Elisar. And it's just weird paint water that I'd never had a chance to paint Aragorn as King Elisar until that figure. Yeah, that's the first chance I ever had to paint the King Elisar. So that's pretty funny. And again, Navaret Studios does all kinds of fantastic sculpts. They are on my mini factory. You've seen me paint a ton of different Navaret Studio sculpts. I've also done on the Patreon page, there's an entire series on the Navaret Studio Smaug. Hey, Spotty, how you doing? Hope you're doing well there, Spotty as Shark. So yeah, I have at least one catapult troll, maybe two, either from say Kurzlook or Diwali. Oh, maybe Dandelion in Middle Earth. Doesn't Dandelion in Middle Earth have one of those paint water? So again, Dandelion in Middle Earth, Diwali, uh, Papal 3D. Those are all Kurzlook, Navarrete Studios. They're all really good sources for Lord of the Rings type files. Even well, Medbury, because I mean, again, these the last time we were painting 9 dwarves on stream was when we were doing these Medbury dwarves right here. So yeah, Lord Dave. As long as you're not using failcast, that is the worst of all materials. I mean, just insanely bad on every single level. That was a, and I believe they're still trying to peddle that stuff too. So everybody check out that Discord link that Paintwater Sommelier just shared. And everybody again, please give Paintwater Sommelier a follow. Now Paintwater, you're still working on the Hobbits, is right? And again, Grand Oracle was saying, where the heck did it go? Oh, okay, here we go. So printing goes ever on. They're going to be more stylized, but there's a reason for that. Now even RNS Studios does some Lord of the Rings figs. Like there's a Galadriel again. That's by RNS Studios. Oh, here's another. So there's the printing goes ever on Denethor. That is the Papal 3D Denethor. So you can see there's a bit of a difference between the two of them. That's fantastic. Now, Paintwater, again, everybody please give Paintwater Smalley a follow because I saw that you were streaming there. Hopefully, you made enough progress there because I know, again, that's your next event, right? And actually, Paintwater, gee whiz, I've got that Hobbit farm that I was talking about. That is now basically it's got the initial kind of painting on it. We'll do the rest on that, and then we have to make a whole bunch of trees. And by a whole bunch, I mean like well over a dozen trees just for hobbits in there. I need to get me here some more orange down here. Maybe slightly lighter over there. And again, 2 hours 58 minutes ago. How much paint was on these guys? How's about none? There was no paint on any of them at all. And let's see, actually, paint water. I just finished up printing. Oh gosh, the basically the great wall of Minas Tirith with the gate. That was from Conquest Creations. That was another thing I wanted to try and spray. Well, actually, I couldn't spray yesterday. I still had a piece to print out, but I wanted to spray that today. Never got a chance to do that. Yeah, Lord Dave. Again, if you want to share the BNP stuff, like the ships and everything, and Lord Dave, I still have to do the rigging on our Corsair ships. Not looking forward to that. You've heard me talking about that now for a while, right, Lord Dave? That is probably going to be a bit on the irritating side. Well, that'll be fantastic, Lord Dave. Oh God, was it printable terrain Landrast that has like it's a bundle of something like 13 or 15 different ships? Yeah, I've got. I'm really hoping to. I would like to print out the big galley. Actually, well, that's right, Landress. We were talking about printing that out in in the point zero 0.08 layer height. That's right, to make it extra snazzola. Trying to get me a little bit more of our yellowish orange on that edge again that's facing down towards our firelight there. So yeah, it's got to be printable scenery because this is printable scenery. I'm pretty darn sure. Whoops! I think I already passed it by there, didn't I? Maybe not. Here we go. Yeah, that I'm pretty sure that is printable scenery. We painted. Remember, we painted up 3 of those. I think we did at least one other printable scenery ship. I know that Reaper did those cast, what would you say, bones ships, right? Right, Lord Dave. Yeah, if that's the one, yeah, that's the one, Lord Dave. That's the one that I want to. I definitely want to paint that up or print that up. Now, it's obviously not one I can use for Lord of the Rings because that is not quite the doesn't quite match. Also, too, I mean, not a whole lot of cannons in Middle Earth. All right, we can get that right there. Actually, well, Lord Dave, we need to because I have other versions of that song. So I need to paint up some more ships so that we can because I already have a song for the Corsairs of Umbar, but I need some non-Corsair ships so that we can pair up one of the other songs with it. That sounds about right there, Lord Dave, because the Conquest Creations version of a Corsair ship is at least about 3 feet long. You headed off to the stores there, Camda. Again, thanks, Camda, for hanging around, and well, we'll probably still be doing these if you're just going to the stores there. Hey there, Pharaoh Roach. Nice to see you back. Welcome back. I hope that your Saturday is off to a fabulous start there. We are reprising our little dwarf challenge from years ago. Painting up 9 of these wee little dwarves here in one stream. Let me do some more of that right here. Lord Dave, I think that one elf ship that I did also, I'm pretty sure that was close to 3 feet long. Now, Lord Dave, I guess, does the galleon, it has, it's got your 3-mat, it also has the 4-mast. Now, is the galley in the back also open, Lord Dave? And well, essentially playable, right? more of our orangey light down here. Because, yeah, Lord Dave, I was thinking that, we have our little LED lights inside there. Now, so Pharaoh, are you looking to have almost like a glowy type of thing, like the Army of the Dead type stuff? Because they have a whole bunch of. Actually, I got that. That's now posted too. The Army of the Dead stuff that is posted to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Now that's where we were breaking out our fluorescent green. We were definitely using some of the fluorescent green on that. And then, we were using the Terra Rosa to get some of the rust in there too. Now it is time, and let's start doing some of that darker stuff here. Let's start doing some darker. Maybe grab this and a little bit of our Pyrrol, or the Perling Crimson. Let's see. So recoil, in all likelihood, it will probably be eggs again. Since I really wasn't able to get, all I got from the store was basically eggs and some milk. So I think that's what we're going to be having. Recoil is more eggs, which is not that's not a terrible thing. That is not horrible. They're pretty quick to make. I just kind of need to get back to the store again tomorrow to really get some stuff. I was kind of in a big rush today. And probably won't be able to do that tomorrow either. Nope, that'll have to be Sunday. Actually, Lord Dave, can you choose to use things like a chain shot, right? Basically, the little whirly gig to take out rigging and stuff like that? Because there was a ship combat game that I remember that I liked, and that was definitely something that you, especially for the close-in work, right, Lord Dave? You would use that to try and take down the rigging. Because you take down that rigging, right, Lord Dave? I mean, that's basically game over. They are just a Hulk. Yeah, Rico, sorry that you went all that way and then didn't retrieve that one vital element. I've already gone to this store back several times over the last few weeks, and I keep forgetting the same things over and over. And again, we're going to get some of our latest light stuff, again, just like what we've been doing down here with some of the lighter lights on the source lighting. Actually, Rico, I've got to also got to get me some taters so that we can do some of the home fry things again using the potato slicer. Yeah, that's another thing I haven't done, and gee whiz, at least several months, possibly as long as a year. So again, we're doing again some of this darker stuff right here. Then we're gonna be coming back. We'll be doing our lighter highlights. We gotta do some skin tone type stuff, maybe some eyes, and then even a little bit of hints of some kind of gold, brass, bronze, or whatever, something that is not just our bluish gray there. Recall that definitely making me hungry there for sure. That's what it's all about, right, Lord Dave? Because you don't want to be hanging around that long. You just want to get in there, get the job done, get out, right, Lord Dave? I guess they never quite considered the idea of convoy escorts or doing the convoy system then, right? Now you can see we had a little bit more of our dark right there again to get even more separation. Effectively a horizon line there. Lord Dave, I think I sent you the Bismarck song, but I don't know if I sent you the Arizona song or the Enterprise songs. I'll have to send you those, Lord Dave. Probably didn't send you those. Those were some of the early ones. And that's right, we didn't have Suno either to kind of help to be another alternative to the process. Yeah, right, Lord Dave. After they captured enough ships themselves, they would have practically their own little fleet. Lord Dave, at some point up again, it's like a little pirate fortress or a pirate pirate cove or something like that. That's 3D printable. But I think I'll maybe try to get to that galleon there because that could make for an interesting series, maybe. Nah, too much stuff on it, but here, let's get rid of some of that. Let's get rid of some of that and then attack this again. Back to our darker stuff here again. All right, some of this and the Purling Crimson. Even a little there. And some of this is kind of restoring some edges that might have gotten a little fuzzy during our early dry brushy process there. There we are. Oh, actually, is it? I think actually Diwali, their next thing is going to be Corsairs of Umbar. Yeah. And I actually have more printed out ones that we still haven't even painted yet, but we've got, again, let's see, where's our Corsairs? There they are. Yes, so we have more Corsairs to paint. Now, those are from Medbury. Now, actually, those are, yeah, if you're, they're going to, it's Papal 3D. I think he's doing Arbalests. It's either Papal 3D and or Diwali is going to be doing the Arbalesters because nobody really, well, PGEO actually did Arbalests, but they weren't, not quite like the way they should be. So looking forward to having actual Arbalests. Oh, hey there, Jams. How you doing? Everybody, please give Jams Perfect Imperfections a follow. So, Jams, how are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Sorry we didn't see that. We were doing a little bit of a look-see at some other figures there. What we are painting here is a whole bunch of dwarves, some Khazad Dum dwarves. We are painting 9 of these guys all in one stream. So again, here we'll kind of zoom out a little bit, and then you can get a little look-see at some of them here. So again, there's a bunch. We started on these 3 hours 14 minutes ago. Again, there's 9 of them. There was nothing on these guys. There was just primer. That's it. And as you can see, there's a little bit more on them now. Last night on stream, we did this. There's this whole multiple thing here. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4 spacescapes. That was last night's stream. And this Monday, we did this nifty right here. That is a Cobalt class assault ship, part of our Battlestar Galactica fleet. That was ship number 7. Ship number 7. And here's again a couple of our last Friday, Saturday stream. These from Warcrow right here. All done with the oil paints.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
Whether it was 2D, whether it was 3D, they were all done with the oil paints. Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that, Art Zoops. So again, this whole digging for mithril thing, you do understand there are maybe a few risks involved. He's like, what could possibly go wrong? Fabulous riches and everything else. Yeah, party time. It's like, you do notice that glow around you. He's like, what glow? I don't see any glow. Uh, Actually, this Gandalf here, he's like, I got one recommendation for you. He's like, dude, what's that? He's like, don't fight a Balrog with a glow stick and a kitchen utensil. He's like, can I fight him with an axe? Okay, not gonna end well for him either. Somehow we just had to get that one in. We also have to get this in for Arts Pops. How you doing? Well, he just does survive. He survives with a 2 there. So thank you so much, Jams. And of course, Jams, if you want to share anything in the chat, I know you just finished your stream, but if you got yourself some Discord, Insta links, whatever, and you would like to share those, please go ahead. And again, everybody, please give Jams Perfect Imperfections a follow. Thank you so much, Arts. Appreciate that. And glad that you're doing well. Now again, here's some previous dwarves. We're just basically matching these guys right here. Those are from Medbury. And of course, well, we have our Moria army too that goes kind of goes along with this. Well, that's one way to scare him away, right, Arda Michael? Hey there, Pyro. Nice to see ya. Actually, Bush to Pyro, if you want to share something too, please go ahead. Great to see you again there. And of course, thanks for being here. Now we're going to give a couple little darks here, and then we're going to be coming back again with our much lighter stuff too. We have not done our lightest lights yet, because again, we are still only 3 hours 18 minutes in. Yep, Lord Dave again. I'll have to try and look that up. I think it was just called this. Oh, the Sad Pet Diary, Lord Dave. That's it. The Sad Pet Diary. I think that's what it's called. If you're looking for some chuckles or something like that, yes, I think look up the Sad Pet Diary. Yeah, I think that's the one. I could be wrong, but that sounds about right. I mean, it's been years since I've seen those. Now again, here more of our darks to get these edges down. So great to see you again, Pyro. You know what? I'm gonna try and get me a little more. Here's some of our orange right in there, and then a little bit right in there. I figured more chuckles, more better, right, Lord Dave? For sure. Okay, another one here. And again, everybody please give James Perfect Imperfections a follow while you are at it. Of course, great appreciated. Again, the oil paints that we are using, Windsor, Newton, Williamsburg, Gamlin. I don't think we have any Richardson out here, but we do have the Paul Rubens. and the Griffin Alkids. I'm working with those. We even have our fluorescent oils out here that we've been using. Yes, fluorescent oils. These guys, if they're not dry by tomorrow, they should pretty well be dry by the next day, no doubt about it. More of our light, yeah, get a little bit more of an orange here, and also a little. I was more than little. Oh look, we're just gonna practically wipe that away. It's almost like we got ourselves an eraser or something there. Again, there's a little too much paint on there. We're gonna take that away. Come back with that. There we go. And that was just a one brushstroke kind of situation right there. Just one brushstroke, all we need. Let me try to catch a little bit of our
Hello,
lighter
little
yellow right
hobbits.
in there.
Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Devo Paladin. Appreciate that. So exactly how many of you are there? It's like, well, what do you mean? There's I'm getting off the weight. He's like, yeah. What about the other dude, the one with the nose? Not sure what you're talking about. It's always to follow your nose. Oh yeah, yeah. That was Gandalf the Grey. Uh, again, he tried fighting a Balrog with a glow stick and a kitchen utensil. It's like, isn't that what you have? He's like, well, no, but I got this fabulous white robe now. That's the thing, right? What's gonna happen with Devo Paladin's roll on a big Gandalf 6 right here? One second there, X-Chook. There you go. Ooh, a narrow miss right there. So thank you so much, Devo. Appreciate that. So great to see you again there, X-Chook. Hopefully you're doing well. Happy Saturday. Appreciate you being here. And again, thank you so much for the follow, Devo Paladin. Appreciate that. Can we do some more light there? Yes, we can. Now, what I'm fixing to do on our Saturday stream, which is, well, just coming up later today, is going to be a new Apelius Spellbrush figure. This is a new one, but we have an even newer one. Yes, that I just printed out today. Well, yesterday now. It's either that or I don't know, something about refunds. I don't know. I still want to do. Oh yeah, now with GPT Grant Oracle, I still want to do that like a little meme that says, "I fought the Balrog and all I got was this lousy white robe." I think we can do that now. Yeah, we could, it would have taken a little while to try and do that type of thing before, but now, right? Recoil shouldn't take too long to do something like that. Yep, fought the Balrog and all I got was this lousy white robe. No problem there, Jams. And Jams, now I know you gotta head out here, but if you want to just share something super quick, any kind of links there to Instas, whatever's, Discord, please go ahead and do that. And have yourself a great Saturday, Jams. So yeah, Rico, I gotta remember to do something like that. Yep, fought the Balrog and all I got was this lousy white robe. Trying to catch a couple more of my little lights there. Ooh, on the axe there. You know what? Let's go back to our darks here super quick, like here, also there. Maybe a little something up there. Here, let's restore that edge a little more. There we go. We now have ourselves a little better edge over there. So everybody please check out that Instagram link that Jams Perfect Imperfection shares. So great to see you again there, Jams. Great to see you again. I know it's been a little while. I appreciate the raid too. Again, everybody please give Jams Perfect Imperfections a follow. Just some of our straight up orange there, maybe a little bit there. Teensy bit there. Okay, so extending our light up this way. Yeah, I think there's lots of new memeing opportunities that we have before us, right? Recoil, with the tools we've got now. So see you later, Jams. Have yourself a good one. Maybe we'll. Oh, yeah. So a little dark there. Where's that other blending brush? Here we go. Come on, get there. We go. I guess that gets us even closer to the 9,500 mark. So we appreciate all the follows there. I mean, there's zero special prizes for 9,500 anything, but it's always neat to see a new threshold crossed. And thanks again for following to make that possible. Ooh, we forgot a little line over here. We forgot a little line over there. Yeah, we'll have to get. Well, again, we're going to be bringing in some of our latest lights here on the non-object source light side. Again, 3 hours 27 minutes ago, these guys had Zippo in terms of paint on them. And by Zippo, I mean none. Absolutely no paint whatsoever. That has all happened over the last 3+ hours. That shouldn't really have the red on there. We should have more of our bluish gray there, because that is what's facing upwards. More of this dark up here. Again, just trying to kind of restore a few edges that maybe got taken away in our initial later dry brush work. Next thing we will be doing after this, we got one more of these guys to, and then we'll get into the latest lights here. Again, in the non-object source light part. So we're kind of doing that whole Khazad Dum thing, right? The light from below. You saw we kind of showed the Moria army. It is the same thing, of course. We did the entire Moria Fellowship, as we call it. It was the same way. Now, we didn't do the same thing with the basing like on these. There was no time to really make a whole new set of bases, so I just used these printed ones, which again, I think are from the Printing Goes Ever On. Yeah, I might be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure that's where they come from. Okay, we got our dark on that side. Sort of got it on this side. Here's another couple edges we gotta bring back here. Also that. More dark over here. Fine, we'll throw a little bit of our dark up there too. Alright. We we'll swing back around and let's do some lighter stuff here. We'll get this mixed into our. Again, that's kind of a light grayish blue mix. It's probably a little bit like this. It's probably a little bit like the light gray here, Camda. Is that going to be light? You know, let me throw a little thinner sitting on that. Also, a little thinner there. And again, just a little bottle here with our high quality odorless thinner. We use the thinner for thinning the paint, not for cleaning the paint. We want to clean the brushes or whatever. We will use this, which is a brush cleaner that also fantastic, works for acrylic as well as oils. Not hazardous, no vapor. Also works for super glue. Don't ask how I know that. Oh, a friend told me that. That's it. Yes, a friend told me that it can even get super glue out of your brushes. Not sure again what happened in that situation. I couldn't possibly know. Here again, some of that lighter stuff. Also, top of the shield here. It's not really necessarily a shield boss there, but that still should catch some light, I believe. So again, we got the light up there. We got the fire down there. We will do a film noir to show that, oh yeah, okay, there's your light versus dark. But of course, contrast, as we know, is more than just light versus dark. We have saturation contrast, temperature contrast, all the contrasts. So saith the Book of Wobble right there. Contrast is more than just light versus dark. Steal more of this light. There we go. Maybe even some more for over here. Get that broken down. Alright, we gotta do some of this leaf scale armor here. First, a little something on the axe there, and now onto this. Now, let me see. I think Grand Oracle, where there's some more swim meets this weekend, because it's that time of year. And again, sorry if the memory escapes me there. Alright. Some of our latest light here again on the top of the helmet that is also, again, not firelight. Not firelight, but ambient light. Come on, a little more light on the top of the, there we go, top of our shield there. No problem there, Grand Oracle. If you have to get some shut-eye, go ahead and do that. Appreciate you being here, Grand Oracle, of course. I know it's getting late and such. What is it, about 2:35 here. We can't catch some of our lighter edges on all this armor on the axe. More there. So hands down, Grand Oracle definitely faster with this method than the pre-glaze. I mean, pretty much knew that was going to be the case, but once again, it never hurts to kind of just verify. Now, this certainly verifies it. especially since doing the post glaze method like that. Again, with the object source lighting and these two opposing kind of colors here, right? You've got the much cooler grayed down stuff up here versus the much warmer, much more saturated ground. Did we? I think we did. Yeah, we have the corner of the axe there. Into our much lighter stuff here. Again, the axe right here. Then I'll try to find out if these are indeed from Papal 3D. These newest guys here. I think maybe that's where these are from. Mostly because I just don't recognize them. I recognize the Diwali ones. Only because I know I've been printing. Actually, right now there are some. There's rams that are printing out for the Papal 3D Dwarf Chariot, which is probably like the third one of those I've printed out. Not from just them, but I know I've done the Diwali Dwarf Chariot. I've done the, I think the Dandelion. Oh yeah, the Dandelion and Middle Earth one. Pretty sure I did the Kurzlook one. I don't think anyone. I know I had asked way back in the day, what the heck size base does that Dwarf Chariot go on? It certainly doesn't go on a 120 by 90. And it doesn't go on a Mumak base either, I don't think, because I gotta go look that up. Uh, Unfortunately, Bithron usually not around with us these days. Bithron was always the base finder. Let me do touch more there. Okay. And I think what I might do is after we kind of establish all this, I might go back in and see if there are some places on some of like the helmet trim and stuff where I might try to do something that is more of a brass or bronze or something instead of just kind of making it more the, again, that kind of later bluish gray. I didn't really necessarily do that on these guys so much. I also want to maybe get some skin tone on them too here and there. There are some places I think that need it. Something lighter there. Again, lighter ambient light up on top of those. Did we? No, we didn't. Here, let me try to sneak in a few little light things again on the chain mail and that scale mail there. Now, once again, we've got that lighter cooler color on top and then all the warm toasty stuff on the bottom. A little touch right there, some of our light, yeah. Alright, we'll keep rolling with this. Yeah, I mean, he definitely needs skin tone because, well, he didn't have himself a helmet. So we will definitely have to do some skin tone on him. Somehow, That is still up. We're going to get rid of that. There we go. No, let's use this somewhere else. Because there's a whole bunch. Yeah, that would have been too much for down here again on this little tiny shield boss there. More light on the edges of that armor. Yeah, let's just hit this now. We'll create ourselves a little bit of a skin tone here. Where's that? Ah, here we go. Some of that green in there. It's almost got a bit of a grayish look to it. So a little bit of sort of kind of skin tone on this dwarfy guy here. He's the only one that does not have a helmet. So, as we used to say, somebody did a little something nasty in the cornflakes or whatever. Yeah. Doggo is on the ornery side today. More of that up here. So great to see you back there, surface tension. The quest for 9 here continues. Working on our dwarves. Gonna steal a little, whoops, a little more, not all of the white there, just a little more is what I wanted. No, at the same time, Camda has returned as well. So great to see you back there, Camda. Where's that? There's my Van Dyke Brown. Not exactly a pin line washer, but that needs to be darker for sure. That's for sure. Surface tension, that and a little bit of college football would makes for a magical Saturday for sure. All kinds of magic happens. A little dark there. You know what? I'm going to throw a little bit more of that up here. Again, a little sharper edges here. Try to, here, let me get a little bit more of that Van Dyke Brown. Up there. More sharp edges on that. Get rid of the Van Dyke Brown. Now back to this later stuff here. Now I wonder, here, let's, fine, we need to get a little bit of light on that too. Maybe up here, that we don't really need the orange stuff on the top of that either. Now let me see here. Let's okay, there we go. Brisbane, oh man, look at that. Brisbane with a big lead over Collingwood. No wonder Camden had to get back in time to be able to watch that game. "20-point lead for Brisbane in quarter number 1. Because, of course, we cover all sports. It's not just college football. Cover it all on the Wobbleville Sports Network. It's right there. Yeah, sometimes you have to take care of the less important stuff there, right, Camda? Now, of course, Camda, that also begs the question: how did they manage to do that? That's always part of the question, right? Okay, exactly how did that situation come about? So let's see. Well, it looks like when Geelong wins their game, so that's half of your final right there. Will it be another Geelong versus Collingwood final? Collingwood, they want to make that happen. They got works to do. So did they try to do the hang glider, free hang gliding like Denethor there, surface tension? Yeah, that's what it sounds like. We have to get the message out, right, Camda, that if you want to do hang gliding, you generally need a hang glider. Now, in Boy Scouts, of course, nobody really wanted to. They weren't. They never wanted to get injured because they didn't want my style of first aid. I did have one very effective treatment for everything. That was a an upper lumbar tourniquet right there. Because after about 35 to 45 seconds, you weren't going to feel anything anymore ever. So sorry that you had to do that too there, Camda. Now, Denethor does state in the chat that he was unaware that hang gliding required hang gliders because, well, the Palantir just said, it'll be fine. Just get out there, spread your wings, right, Denethor? Actually, I don't know. Maybe Denethor thought that's a Red Bull right there. Yeah, I think that might have had something to do with it. As a Denethor might have thought, well, Red Bull gives you wings. Now, of course, if those wings are on fire, that again, that might cause a little bit of an issue. Now, that I think that would lead to probably a broken arm. I would think at the very least. Now, of course, if you have enough of a conflagration, right, surface tension, you literally create your own weather. So maybe that's what Denethor was going for. That is very possible. He just thought, well, all we need to do is stoke this up enough, and that should give me enough of an updraft to make this baby fly. Now that there are certain benefits to hang glider free hang gliding. It is definitely more economical because those hang gliders are not cheap. Now Now again, the medical insurance that might go along with hang glider, free hang gliding, might be a bit on the pricey side though. But you do feel unencumbered on the way down, right? Surface tension, that is one positive. Trying to get me a little bit more of this light here. Yep, on the bracers. Ooh, let's get that lighter too. No, not light enough. There's some. Okay, now that is definitely lighter. We'll probably come back with our dark once again to do a little bit of additional kind of separation between some of these edges here. Let's see if we can get some of that now on not just on the beard, but on the armor, on his helmet. This might cost you a few hit points on the way down, right, Artemichael? Let's try some more of that here. I think maybe Denethor just got a little confused on the whole lighting of the beacons of Minas Tirith. He didn't quite anticipate that you would be doing that yourself. Let me bring up, again, just trying to find my references here. 1 second. There we go. A little extra light over there. Oh yeah, we definitely got to bring up some more light in our knotwork over here. Let's do that. Some of that back here. On the... it's a little too much there. I'll take some of that away. Yeah, you better have some healing potions for on the way down, right, Camda? Again, that's going to cost you a few of those hit points. There's something extra here with the light. Yeah, to get some skin tones in there as well. We have mostly just armor color, it seems. And now as we approach our number 4. And most definitely our test shows here that also too the alkyds allowing the paint to set faster. That does mean that we could kind of get into the later phases of our source lighting way sooner than years ago. Now that would be another interesting kind of one of those memes there. Actually, now I'm starting to think about those inspirational memes, right? That have the like there's the Happy Mountains or something like that, and they have some kind of inspirational saying on them. Something with a flaming Denethor. What is it? Caption this or something like that. They'll put something out there. Okay, here's an image. Put a caption on this. Okay, now we have a little bit more of our, again, non-object source light on there. Let's hit our light going that away. And we'll try to get some other colors here, like on the hair and such. Let's do this. Other thing I'm going to do here in about, so we don't have too much to wash over our hands, but I do need to replenish the medicine here. So after we do the lighter highlights on this guy, we'll get ourselves a little refresh on the medicine. Lighten you up there along these edges. Along the armor up here. Don't want to fill in too much of the knot work there on the shoulder. There too. Oh yeah, we got a whole bunch of light to add in over here. I know that there's spells that you cast on yourself right to Artemico, but that's probably not one of them. Yeah, I think like you say, that's probably not a spell that you want to be cast on self. So did he change it to the flaming feather fall there, Camda? Oh, wait, here on that top. There we go. Okay. A little something there. Well, it's certainly a way to make a grand, well, I was going to say a grand entrance, but it's more like a grand exit, right, Camda? I still remember Surface Tension, we wanted to do that thing with the Welshlandia version of the Mount Everest, the different colored climber jackets and stuff. I remember, yeah, because they were just all going to be gray. And that was going to be after, it was going to be after the eclipse, I think. That's what it was. Who would have thought that eclipses aren't actually the moon? That's just the Welshlandic uh, Death Orb shield, kind of gone a little bit too far. All right. Now, somehow, never did get those. There we go. Now we got those edges. And super quick here again, we're just gonna go refresh that medicine. Well, let's bring up our new thing here. This guy again. Don't go away. We shall return. as promised, we have returned. And I think, okay, skin tone, that sort of. Let's focus in on that sort of thing here. So yeah, that's what was interesting. Surface tension is that I think I might have sent you the raw animation of that. What I wasn't expecting is that all of the Wapelius Spellbrush characters would move, like the one on the painting and the one in the book. Yeah, that was not supposed to happen, surface tension. It was just supposed to be Wapelius, the Spellbrush wizard, not the painting, and not certainly not the book. So yeah, that was most unexpected, surface tension. So what I did was I took. It's probably easier to see it on this here. So I took him. I think I have pictures of him, surface tension, and brought those into GPT and say, kind of make a wizard's chamber there, and then give him, make him actually working on a picture. Obviously, we want all the books and the scrolls around him, right? And let's take a bit of our. Why? No, 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 no. Let's keep maybe going with the Naples yellow here. Again, so what we're trying to do is a little bit of skin tone here and there. Maybe again some color in the hair as well. Let's do that a little later now. As also, where's it? Here it is. So that is some of our white there. Yeah, well, it's now one of these guys we've already kind of done. Some skin tone on it. How's about maybe? Oh, we never did use my fluorescent yellow there. I see. Trying to mix that with some of our Van Dyke brown here. Just looking to do a little something on the beard. Maybe we'll also hit that with the Van Dyke brown too. Sort of stick here with this Naples yellow hue, I think, for right now. Come on, more of this. There we go. So it is kind of midway through quarter number 2. It is only a 10-point lead now for Brisbane. Now, what about you? Yeah, you don't see a whole bunch of his beard there. Now, let me get more of this. Little more of this kind of mid-range tan, khaki-ish type color. Just using some of that for the beard real quick like. And no, I want to get more of an actual skin tone there. Okay, not tons and tons of it, but no, that is not gonna. Whoops, that is way too big for a blending brush. We'll just try this guy here, just to take some of that away. Here's another way you can definitely see more of the face. So Let's try to get a little bit more of that in here. Something like that. And yeah, they are definitely very much alike. Now, of course, we didn't have to do any of the freehand on any cloaks or whatever. And I guess you could say the bases maybe are simpler because we don't have the like a whole ton of the knot work on the bases, but I think they're pretty similar as far as what needs to be done on them. So I think it's safe to say that we've improved a little bit on speed, Camda. And yeah, there's a bunch of different reasons we've been talking about them. There's the not doing the pre-glay stuff, but I do think having the alkyds and the things set quicker, that means we can just kind of advance to those next stages. Well, when you're doing multiple figures like this, especially, and but we're I always say when you're working with the oils, work on as many figures at one time as you can, because by the time you've worked your way back around again, that figure is most definitely had time to set. Let me hit his schnoz a little more there with some of that light. His ear. Oh, no, back to the more mid-range kind of skin tone there. It's a little bit of it sneaking through the armor there. Oh, now it's only a 4-point lead by Brisbane. Another goal for Collingwood. It's getting closer. Hitting the, again, some of that lighter beard color. Now let me take the, again, that is the Naples yellow. Let me do that. I think actually I had, that's what it was. It was the Naples yellow that Kathy's sister sent me, just the regular version from Gamlin. And that proved to be really interesting, so I think that's when I got the Alkyd version of it. It's kind of like the Alkyd Brilliant Yellow Pale in a way. Gotta get that little bit of light on the ear, right, Cam? Actually, Camden, if you wanted to share some of your stuff there in the chat, everybody please give Camden Paints a follow. Haven't really mentioned that in a while. Now, get Camden. I know that it's never easy doing the streaming thing, especially trying to get everything set up right, all the tech stuff. But hopefully that's been kind of the fun little relaxing, different type of thing that you had hoped it would be. Again, for kind of resetting and recharging. Oh my god, yeah, that's right. We forgot about these guys here. We got this Indian yellow here. Because we got ourselves some coins over here. Yep, some coins. I knew there was something on this space in particular I was sort of forgetting about. Alright, everybody please check out that Instagram link that Camda Paints just shared. Well, Camda, obviously, if there's going to be trampoline, if there's going to be Denethor-ish trampoline issues going on. That makes it somewhat difficult for streaming, doesn't it? Talk about a random adventure chart, right, Camda? Yes, I think kids come with their own random adventure chart. And then again, everybody also please give Inganes a follow too. Inganes also streams the oil paints. What are we doing? Are we doing? Yeah, okay, that's sort of light enough there. Catch a few more of our lights there now. So yeah, Camda, that is, as shall we say, as active as things are here, and as round the clock as it is, and as random as it is. That's a different kind of random, right, Camda? That's a whole different type. No, that is too much red there. Now that'll just, yeah, that'll have to do. That will have to do there. Maybe a touch of the, oh yeah, the hair color here. Let's see if, let's see if we can do a little bit of this right here. Yeah, not too late. Might actually come back. Yeah, I'm gonna come back now. Ooh, with our Williamsburg, the fantastic Williamsburg Van Dyke Brown, with charred animal bones in it and all the good stuff. Okay, now that's darker. We can maybe come back to this. Like that. Little, here on the edge of that armor. Not too much there. Maybe we go more towards the, that's too much thinner there. Too much thinner. We need less of that. Little touch of it on the edge there. Okay, let us do this guy here. More of our, no, more Van Dyke Brown in there. First, just trying to push that away from those cooler grays. That's one thing we want to do. And now we've got the, nope, not enough, not enough. More of the Naples yellow for the beard and such. Oh, the hair. Let's do that real quick. So again, get more of that Van Dyke Brown out there. They just can change that color off of the cooler gray to something that's more of a warmer gray. Maybe even let that get a little darker out here. Some there. And now back to the Naples yellow, a little bit of the Van Dyke brown mixed in. Ooh, I just saw a big blob of the Naples yellow in there. Got rid of some of that, but look at this. We have ourselves a 2-point lead for the Magpies. As we're getting close to halftime there. More of our later, again, that kind of yellowish brown color. Now our skin color, there's a little touch of the, again, a little touch of pinkishness there. And I think it was, oh, you know what, actually it was that very, that Naples yellow, that Gamlin Naples yellow, I was just, yeah, it was that. Now, of course, I can't find all of those Gamlin colors because they went to an undis. Oh, I think maybe now I know where they are. But I've been looking for those, and of course, like anything else, Cam, to right, anything that I'm looking for most likely is within like 10 feet of me. Actually, I thought that said brush broom, Camda. That's would that be another new? Let's see, the Omni brush, right? Is that going to be like the Omni brush? And that it's kind of like a universal tool. It's not just a brush, but it also can be a broom, so it does housework. It does housework as well as painting. And actually, if I can learn Meshi there, Camda, look at Arid comes in, out comes the autocorrect monster. Arid's like, whoa, wait a minute, what the heck's going on here? How you doing there, Arid? Arid, if you want to share your, fabulous links there in the chat, please go ahead. So great to see you again there, Arid. I hope that the stream was fabulous, and I know obviously you still got the Saturday stream to go, but is it looking like you'll finish it in this week's stream cycle, or do you need maybe one more set of streams to finish off the Gundam diorama? So again, everybody, please give Iridicam a follow. Because yeah, I wasn't sure if maybe it might take just one more, like next Friday, Saturday, to there's any little tiny final things. Because sometimes you just see things and say, ah, okay, I want to maybe hit this too. Yeah, okay, that's all well and good. Now, Arid, would you say that unlike the dice tower from Satan there, this is yeah, it's taken a little bit longer, but it's not. It's a different kind of longer, if you know what I mean. It's not quite as painful because, well, there's not really a deadline associated either, right, Erin? I mean, yeah, you wouldn't mind maybe moving on to the next thing or whatever, but yeah, I was hoping that it hadn't kind of wandered into the, well, now this is getting to be a little bit of a drag here. So again, now Camden, but this is kind of funny. It tends to happen to both you guys almost at the same time. If the autocorrect monster unfairly, unjustly modifies your post in the chat, as you can see, you can take vengeance on him. You can expose him to the light of day for all to see. Yes, don't let him hide in the dark corners, in the shadows. Bring him to justice. Bring him to the light of day. As, oh man, uh, so Camda comes back. Collingwood now has a 14-point lead. I'm pretty sure that the Lions have only gotten two behinds in this entire quarter so far. because I think it was 27-7 at quarter time. So something is afoot there in Melbourne. So again, that's interesting that that should pop up almost simultaneously. Do we might nah, no lighter here maybe on this armor, yeah. Oh, and now we're at the 4-hour 22-minute mark. And again, given that the last set we were working on it for 10.5 hours, we have definitely proven some things here, Camda. Oh, that's part of the armor there. This is his beard here, like so. I'm gonna maybe try to sneak in a little something there, but blending brush, soften that up too. Oh, here's another K. Let me get the our darker bluish gray involved. I think with this edge over here. Yeah. So Camda, one of the scenes, because I think I might have sent you some of the songs that I did for, I think it was, what was it? Oh, I think it wasn't Durin's Bane, it was Durin's Hall or something like that. And there is definitely a scene, well, even also to the Balrogs, where I wanted to have a whole bunch of dwarves kind of surrounded by all the gobos and everything. So in Orktober, don't be surprised if you also see some more Moria goblins. Because we have a few of them, but we actually have like the cave drakes and stuff. Actually, I have to see just how many trolls and stuff we have. Recoil, unfortunately, I never even got a chance to touch that the last 2 days. Never even got to spray the terrain stuff either. So I'm hoping to be able to do that tomorrow. Recoil. Because part of it wasn't just the taking the spray paint to it. I also wanted to bring the compressor out, one of those little box compressors, like the Galeri one, so that I could actually do some more besides just take the big mean, spray cans out there. Because originally, actually, Recoil, I had set up a table. That was one of the very first things. Actually, if you look back at your old images, like some of the first ones I sent you of the garage, you'll see there was actually like a little airbrush station that had been set up there. Now, this type of terrain set would be too big really to utilize in that particular setup, so that's why I'm not really going to mess with that. I'm trying to kind of make another alternate, like massive airbrush setup there. So yeah, Recoil, it was a little bit of a bummer, but I may not even be able to tomorrow. No, I think I'll just have to film that video on Sunday then. And again, Recoil, I'm going to try and do a bust like we were talking about last night, where we try to match. Basically, I want to try and do like an Eowyn bust. We'll see if we can match that. Might even, since I have, pictures of, I don't know if we'll do a Galadriel one, but I think I want to try to do an Eowyn one because we tried to sculpt one just out of epoxy sculpt. We did that. I don't know. I could see it probably wait until Monday. Actually, now recoil. Yeah, it might have to wait till Monday. Between having to film videos and such. What do we got here? Oh, there we go. So I thought, yeah, that would be an almost like a 3D portrait exercise. And again, that'll be using Eldritch Foundry. Now, speaking of Eldritch Foundry, that's probably what you're going to see tomorrow night. Is it's going to be a new Wapelius Spellbrush figure, but it's gonna have, yeah. So instead of the book, I believe, in his hand, he's going to have like a sort of a flying version here of Cad. So and I forgot the Cad did have actually wings there. We'll have to see again now. I do have technically, I think, is it? No, that's the Perline Red. We have a few different, well, we have tons of reds, but we have ourselves somewhere around here. That. So we do have to use this. Oh, look, that's a Series 5. That has to be on the palette tomorrow. Of course, technically, Perline Crimson is more expensive. Not technically, it is. What am I talking about? Technically, it's massively more expensive. It's a Series 7 Williamsburg. Of course, it's more expensive by a lot. Oh, look at this. Collywood now by 13, and it's well, it's oh now, geez, now it's oh now it's halftime. I looked and it just turned to halftime. So now on the bases here, trying to get a little bit of that Van Dyke Brown down here. Well, recoil. Why put off something till tomorrow when you could do it like next month, right? Why rush things? Well, now speaking of Monday, remember we're going to be making a return to our 1/1800 scale ships because I've pretty much officially used up all of the BSG ships that I had printed out. So it's back to the 1800 scale warships. If I can find now, I think Coco's models does have sailing era ships. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the YouTube channel. Again, that is the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel, and that is where all of these sessions are going to have to reside. All the old ones, all the new ones. Yeah, that is the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. There are no ads there. What is there? Playlists. We mentioned it earlier. So, whereas before you essentially had to hunt around through potentially hundreds of thumbnails, now all you have to do is just say, okay, I want to see Lord of the Rings figures. It'll take you right there. You want to see Battlestar Galactica ships. It'll just take you right there. So that is one little side benefit there. Disadvantages that I have to take all the old sessions and put them back up there. Now, Landrist, I don't know if you saw, there's been some of the sculpting ones that have gone up there. I think the Great Beast of Golgoroth one is going to be going up there pretty soon. Where's my... there it is. So there's some of that. Naples yellow hue. And I didn't realize that Landrast that I wasn't just sculpting that. I was also sculpting the Easterling Troll Chieftain in the same episode. I went, wait, what? So yeah, we did I know we did the Great Beast of Golgoroth over a few sessions, but I didn't realize that the Easterling Chieftain was also part of those. Now let's not make this too light here. Let me go back to my Van Dyke brown there, like so. More of that over here. And more like that. Extra little bit of light up in here. And then a blending brush to tone that down. Pushing it this way. So that's got a little teensy bit of the, I almost said brilliant yellow pale again. But no, that's the Naples yellow. I wonder, Cam, if maybe a little set of color charts with the Naples yellow instead of doing like white or, oh, there we go. A set of color charts, Naples yellow, comparing it to brilliant yellow pale. That's what we need to do. And then I think we could do a, if I had a couple of just little, some busts that I could do for skin tones, that's the easiest way to see the difference between Naples yellow and the brilliant yellow pale in skin tone, because that's kind of the two primary combos is Terra Rosa, Indian yellow for skin tone. Also, did I get, okay, I did get some skin tone up there. So yeah, Camden, I have to remember to do the, again, so it would be comparing basically in the brilliant yellow pale to Naples yellow, because you weren't, this was, oh gosh, a while back, right, Landrast, where people would ask, okay, all right, I can't get brilliant yellow pale here, is Naples yellow? That was kind of the first color, wasn't it, Camden, Landrast, that people kept asking, is this a possible substitute for brilliant yellow pale? And we saw right away it's not going to be the same as brilliant yellow pale, but can it kind of do some things, and it definitely it can do some stuff. So yeah, here's hoping that those color charts go well for you there, Camda. But yeah, I think that's something I might have to do then, is that little comparison. And then again, that's where I was thinking this thing with the Eldritch Foundry being able to make a bust that would just be pretty much just a portrait type of thing. Not really a whole bunch of armor or anything like that to have to deal with. Oh, what do we got here? I'm gonna come back. We still have some of that. Still have some of that going here. More light along that edge. More here. Same thing on this guy, because they're two pretty similar sculpts. Yeah, pretty similar sculpts there. We'll fire some of that up here. Ah, you know what? He never got any skin tone. He never got any. So let's change that around here. A little something there. Oh, he has kind of armor on his hands there, so we don't have to worry about that. Just getting my reference here super quick. Okay. Let me try to make that definitely lighter here. This is got none of our lighter stuff up here on the top of his armor, but that is, again, there's like a shadow that's coming down also from that way, so we have interesting pattern to negotiate. Let me get this bluish gray. We're using too much of the warmer stuff there. Blending brush here. But here's again, kind of hoping that it's a little bit, the color chart stuff goes a bit easier this time around. Well, and dries a little quicker. But I hope Cam did that, kind of showing you which you kind of go both directions, right? And not just dark into the light, but also the other way around. Hopefully that makes the portraits also go better. What is that? Okay, let's get that Van Dyke Brown into the mix over here super quick. We'll just take some of that out. And do that. That also doesn't need to have quite as much of our fiery stuff on it. That should maybe be a little more shadow there almost. So we check out those Shadow Deep Rangers that Surface Tension just posted. Again, some fabulous oil painted miniatures. Go look at those. What do we got going on here? Some of that. This writer, we're kind of missing. I need to get something like right along this one part of the helmet here. It was being a little stubborn there. Oh, on the edge of the axe. We should do that too. A little something lighter on that top edge. Oh, here too. Again, that does not have anything to do with the source light there. And again, everybody please check out that link there. That surface tension just posted. That's getting a little too light on the beard and such. More here. All right. These skelly friends could also use something that gives them a little different. Yeah, see the The base here too, we're looking to get some warmer stuff here on that base. Also not so much of the orange right there. A little bit of our Naples yellow onto that Skelly friend. This particular skull pile's another Make It Epic basing skull pile there. Again, that some reflected stuff that is not source lighting down on the armor on his feet there. Back to some more of this. Again, some yellowish colors there on the base. Some of that Van Dyke brown. Touch more of that out here. And maybe even a... Oh. And here. It should be reflecting some of that. Not a ton. We don't want it to be super light. We also need to get some ambient light color up there that's also not the bluish gray. So that's kind of the same color we've been doing on the beard. I mean, it's bound to be a compressed color range here. I mean, you're in Khazad Dum, so we're not gonna. It's not gonna be like we're painting Zygamores or something like that. Now, the one thing doing obviously our cork and Sculpey bases let us do was have more light source on the base itself, whereas here everything is flush, right? So we had no chance to do anything like that. But also, the advantage here was that all I had to do was glue these guys on the bases, and that's why we had 9 of them ready for the stream here. Because otherwise, we would not have had this many to work with if I had to make those bases with the Sculpey and everything. Much as I love those. And again, I'm pretty sure the bases themselves are from the printing goes ever on. And the figure's probably a mix of Kurzlook, Diwali, and People's 3D. Again, I'm not really sure. We'll hopefully be able to find out for the Saturday stream. Now, I believe that the Wapelius Spellbrush still has the palette, but he doesn't have the book in the one hand, and again, he's got CAD. And then I'm going to be doing a tutorial video on the other Wapelius Spellbrush that's got all the books and stuff around him on the base, because that was the most elaborate base that I've ever made with Eldritch Foundry. Getting them more, here we go, a bit more of that, almost again, that yellowish brown coloration. That should not really be getting as much of the orange, maybe the little skull right there. I will be making some more dwarf bases, because now I've got goblin casualties that I printed out from Diwali. Yeah, so you can see that. See, there's now a little bit of that kind of yellowish coloration there on the base. There wasn't there before. Here, let's really try to get rid of that. There we go. Now that's kind of took care of some of that. Is there another base? I think this one does not have it. We also have ourselves a very worn axe here. It's just kind of on the ground. Might also get some more of my lighter, yeah, some of my lighter orange here on him. Ooh, on the skull there. All right, let's try some of our later source lighting stuff. Here we got this. Maybe even throw a little bit of the white in there, I guess. Where's my... Fine, we'll use a little Indian yellow. Trying to get some of the junk off of that brush. And here, let me get some thinner over here. A little bit of that Windsor yellow too, I guess. Little something lighter on the axe. You know what, I'm going to shift him around like this. Easier to get at. Easier to get at those little things. Yes, I think dwarves in particular, right, surface tension, because they are so usually a compressed color scheme. Those accent colors are very important. Now, never say that around treebeard surface tension. Yeah, you don't want to be talking about accent colors around treebeard. That could get you stepped on, I think. Surface tension, talking about accent colors around treebeard, or around any ent for that matter. Probably not advisable. Never mention accent colors around treebeard. Pretty much don't say that in Fangorn Forest at all. Because the Wampleville Comedy Club is always open, right? Surface tension. Alright, and a couple more little bits of art light right there. Yep. And there. Alright, so that really helped on him. Somehow we didn't get the later stuff on him. And we know exactly how he will end you, right, Camda? And surface tension. Well, we saw it, right, on all those. Actually, I do have two more. Is it two or four more tree men printed out? Or ents, I should say. Yeah, I got at least two more of those printed out. Eventually, we'll be returning to Fangorn Forest because again, we only have like 11 ents or something like that. We don't have enough. Well, at least for the video, not so much for playing the game, but for the video stuff, I definitely need more ents there. I think these will be from Dandelion and Middle Earth. Oh, and some from Navarrete Studios, actually. And these should be more special character ones. That's another reason why. Some more ents are going to be making an appearance on the streams. That, more of the blue, less of the orange. Same thing on the top of the boot armor, whatever that is there, and a little, again, reflected light on the inner portion here that is not Doesn't have anything to do with the fire glow. But maybe something to do with reflecting what's going on the floor there. Again, going to use our blending brush over here. Well, all of those tree puns, surface tension, they're pretty harmless, right? All of those puns, their bark is much worse than the bite. Let's get some dark over here. More of that separation of these edges. Too much paint on there. Too much paint. Let's get rid of some. No, I needs to go back to our. You know, I might even get a little bit of the Perling Crimson on there. Yes, Camda. In response to the hatred, I will certainly take a bow that has been offered by Camda. Yes, indeed. Now that's required for access to the stream there, Camda. If you cannot make at least one decent pun, you will be asked to leave. More of the orange in here. Maybe not so much there. Maybe up here. We'll leave that orange in place. Leave that in place. Let's get some of this down here. It's actually not a lighter orange. It's just a more intense orange. And of course, well, Camden, we all need more time for rest, right? I mean, why do you think the trees move so slow? Because they live for rest. All right, let me get. Oh, we never did get any skin tone on this dude either. All right. Fine, fine, fine. Not that there's a lot of space to work this in here. That is. No, let's bring in this. Let's bring in this. Yeah, this will work. This should work here for. I wonder. I might have to take a little scissors to this brush here tomorrow. And again, Saturday stream originally was going to be that Galadrim chariot. However, still trying to print out the piece that essentially is like not included with the figures. That's difficult when you don't actually have the piece to print. You generally don't get all the stuff you need printed. Who knew? Hey there, Sea Dragon. How you doing? Now, Sea Dragon can think of like one pun, maybe two, but certainly not three. Which, again, I have mentioned this before. I think it was either 5th grade or 6th grade. But, you know, in Chicagoese, you don't say 3 or something along those lines or something. You say thin. It's pronounced as a hard T. And this guy, I remember him. He was writing on his paper instead of that, as in THAT, he wrote DAT. And I said, I don't think that's how you're supposed to spell that. And he said, no, no, that's how you spell it. That's how we say that. And yeah, that wasn't like second or third grade. That was at least fifth grade, maybe sixth grade. That is how ingrained Chicago is, or at least Southside Chicago is. So great to see you there, Sea Dragon. And again, this is a little reprisal here of the original set of dwarves that we painted. I don't know, that had to have been at least 2 years ago, right, Landrast? I think it could be closer to 3. I would not be surprised. Yeah, I think it was because I didn't really have the ability to print terrain. So it has to be at least close to 3. So see you later there, Inganes. Appreciate you being here. Now look at this. We're approaching hour number 5. And again, 9 dwarves here. With full on non-metallic, full on object source lighting, all the stuff. I'll see you later there, surface tension. See you later. Well, see you on your Sunday. So happy Sunday in advance. Let me get this going here. Yeah. But I do think now, as again, we need to get our figure prepped for tomorrow. So let's also say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all those moderations. We did have ourselves some raids, that's for sure. We had ourselves some raids. We had a bunch of follows. I want to say thanks for all of the bits and the subs, plus those follows, the cheers, the raids, all that good stuff. And yeah, we shall be returning to this not too long from now, just a matter of hours from now. So thanks, see you later there, Landris. I'll shoot you a message after the stream. Thank you so much for being here, Arid. And good luck on the Saturday stream. Good luck on the Saturday stream. So let's do a quick little review here. I will zoom out a smidge, just a smidge here. There we go. And again, here's our 9 little dwarves. I guess we need to zoom out even more to show our 9 little dwarves. There's 9 little dwarves in there. Look at all that. And again, all with their source lighting, the off-camera Moria style source lighting. There we go. So see you later there, Artemichael. See you later today, and see you later there, Camden. I'm gonna get that raid countdown underway because that takes a little while. But yeah, some fabulous dwarves joining their buddies down in Moria. So again, I'll see everybody later today. Thanks again.